Our first session. We'll be looking at internet measurements and monitoring. We've got three speakers for you on this session. So we'll start first with Harvey Allen from NSRC, and he'll be presenting on network monitoring and management version 2.0. So a bit of a retrospective look at what we've done and what we're moving towards. So I'll hand over to you now, Harvey.
Thank you, David. I'll share my screen now. I hope everybody is doing well. Here we go, and make sure, hopefully this is visible to people, and I'll now go full screen and get started. So good morning to, I think, most everybody. I'm sitting in my office in Santiago, Chile. It's a bit later or earlier here, depending on which way you look at it. And today I'm going to talk about what we're going to call Network Monitoring and Management 2.0, which is just kind of a silly name. It comes from our classes that we teach. So we teach a lot of network monitoring and management. And generally speaking, we teach what we would call version 1.0, which are standard sort of monolithic monitoring programs, things like LibreNMS and Cacti and Nagios. We talk about NetFlow, NFSend, things like that, and the way they work. And now in present day, monitoring and management is being looked at differently. And that's what I'm going to talk about. So we're just calling that version 2.0. You could call it present day, current status, enterprise, industry, whatever you like. And we have acronyms. This presentation is filled with names and acronyms that you may not have heard before, or you may have. And that's half the effort with learning some of this new stuff, is figuring out what is what. So NMM is what we call network monitoring and management. And as it gets started, there'll be a few walls of text, traditional presentation style, and then I'll try and give you more eye candy and imagery to explain what I'm talking about. So what are we trying to do with the next version of network monitoring and management? Why? So one of the big things is finer gained metrics, meaning, for instance, real-time network telemetry. Rather than polling something every 5 minutes and asking for the status of whatever it is we're polling, we'd like to get data pushed to us, and perhaps in near real time, anywhere from a minute and even systems that want data under a second. We want to be able to scale our monitoring and management solutions to what we call hyperscale. So imagine you have many, many devices, containers, virtual machines, thousands of them. If you try to poll these and ask them a question every few minutes and get data back, there's basically a point of no return where it becomes almost impossible to do that. And you have an operational impact both on your network and on the devices you're polling in many cases. And then a big piece of this is portability. So let's gather that data and then let's put it into a data store that multiple pieces of software can use rather than just one. So just to throw some examples at you, some of you who have done this, things like Cacti and SmokePing, where they're saving data in a format that pretty much is designed for just those particular applications. Now we'll try to save data in a way that multiple applications can look at and work with. So how do we do this? Well, we move from our traditional pull model, polling and pull, to a push model. So the idea behind this is perhaps we have agents or we have protocols, and they'll push data at our collector. Our collector is passive. It's not going out there and actively asking for information. And once you get your new monitoring and management set up this way, you might go down the path of the next level of discussion here, which is monitoring versus observing your network and its operations. And there's a wonderful discussion of what that actually is. You can start out on Twitter, and if you follow the discussion, it will send you to all sorts of good resources, links, definitions, and some nice diagrams. So how do we do this? If we want to get data from devices and from containers to our collection station, essentially. So traditionally, we'd have things like agents that are built for specific programs like Nagios or CheckMK, or we use a protocol like SNMP that will run on a network device or on a server, and we can ask SNMP questions. Rather than do that, we could talk about using some of these protocols, such as the Google protocol buffers, or the Cisco variation of this called Cisco Compact Google protocol buffers. These are essentially binary versions of XML data that's much more compact and can be pushed from devices to collectors. Or we can use JSON, and you could even use XML, but it's not a very efficient. Also agents that come with some of our current software stacks. And so names that you're going to hear a lot of are things like Telegraph and Beats and Logstash and Node Exporter. All of these are basically ways of pushing data from devices or from servers to a collection or to a data store. The good thing about these agents is they will push this data into a data store in such a manner that more than one piece of software can often be able to use that data store and present you with information. So how do we store this? Traditionally, we've stored stuff in relational databases, and these can become very large and filled with a lot of data. And you can see some of them here, Postgres and MySQL and Oracle. But now we're going to start looking at time series data stores, or what some people call NoSQL databases. And there's a bunch of names of them right there. And these are these are the data stores that some of these stacks for doing monitoring and management use. So Cassandra, CouchDB, Elasticsearch is one you may have heard of. The graphical front end to that traditionally is Kibana, but you can use others such as Grafana. All these names, I'll show you them multiple times so you can understand where they fit in these stacks of software applications. And then what about actually presenting information to you from this data that you've collected? Well, traditionally we have these sort of monolithic constrained interfaces that aren't easily extensible in things like Nagios and Cacti. LibreNMS is fairly extensible, kind of, sort of, and then things like SmokePing. But presently we use what are called dashboards, and these tend to be massively configurable. They're harder to get started in general. You need to have some programmatic experience, and regular expression matching and understanding is really important to getting these dashboards working to be able to sift through the data that you have and present information you want. What I'm showing you onto the right there is something called Elastaflow, and it's a series of dashboards created using Kibana and the Elasticsearch data store. And it's something that's really good for flows, such as NetFlow and SFlow and stuff like that. And then what about alerting? So traditionally, whatever alerting you're going to get comes with whatever application you're using. And some of them work okay, some of them barely work. And some, like Nagios, are really good. Now we have separate tools or plugins or entire systems built into these tools that allow us to alert. And furthermore, they're smarter alerting systems. They're able to look at data in an extensible manner. And rather than just using thresholds, they can use look for patterns. They can use some machine language, machine learning, AI techniques to actually try to alert you on stuff that may be a little bit harder to find with some of our traditional tools. All right, so let's talk about some of the stacks that use all of this software together. Elk, Tick, Prometheus. I told you there's a lot of names, and there are. So here's our classical polling model. Here we are at something that's collecting data. It's getting it from servers and hardware via SNMP. That would be one way, or maybe UDP messages being pushed at you from a log server. And maybe you generate alerts from this based on thresholds. So now we're getting data from all sorts of different sources. It may be protocol buffers. It may be agents that are stored, and it's getting pushed at an analytic engine that is usually reading out of a data store, and that data store may be something like a time series database. So one of our stacks is called the Elastic Stack, and it involves two different ways of collecting data, which is get sent to you. You don't actually ask for this. So there's these things called beats, and there's lots and lots of different variations of beats. They're simply software agents that run. There are around 200 of these for every scenario you can think of. You have a database server and you want to send information about your database to an Elasticsearch data store. You can use a specific beat for that. Or Logstash, which is a more robust system that's generally designed for collecting data about logs and then sending it to you in a format that works in Elasticsearch. And then Kibana is what shows you the results. The Tick stack, it's another one. So Telegraph, kind of like telegraphing information to you. It's another set of agents. InfluxDB is what takes the data in. Chronograph is what shows you what things look like. And Capacitor is what can alert on that information in InfluxDB. Prometheus, it's a bit of a confusing name because Prometheus is both the data store itself and the entire stack. Prometheus comes with an alert manager plugin. It comes with exporters. These are, again, just like beats and agents that send you information. And the cool thing is you can take a program like Grafana, which is a dashboard program with many, many plugins, and you can plug it into the Prometheus data store, get information out and use it. So a typical relational data store, old school, MySQL, we want to create a table and we want to be able to get some metrics into it about some device. So here's a really simple table being created with 3 metrics and a key, which is the ID and a timestamp. So it looks like this once you've created the table, any of you who've used databases. And then as you fill this table up with information, it looks like this, and note the timestamp. That's every second. So imagine that we have something that's sending us information every second. This table gets large very quickly. It's a fairly efficient table because we actually have 4 metrics in it, a timestamp and 3 metrics, rather than doing 1 table per metric. But in a no relational or time series database, we turn things on its head actually, and rather than using so many rows, because as rows grow, so does our index and so does our computational time to ask questions. So as the table grows, you get a new data point every second, as I said. So how do you create a giant table of data like that to get a beautiful graph board like from Grafana that you see there on the right-hand side, right? Well, first of all, let me just go a little further on that and just note that adding, changing, and getting data start to become expensive operations as your index grows, as your table gets big. So now we'll talk about the time series data stores, which allow for a very large set of metrics in sequence and the ability to query these metrics across time very quickly. So a time series data stores, or NoSQL sometimes as they're referred to, stores items in columns on a single row or just a few rows. And you can store stuff in different ways. As you can see these metrics here, timestamp metric. Maybe you mix it up, a few metrics and a timestamp, a whole bunch of metrics and a timestamp. It's not important. It's just basically use a lot of columns rather than rows. And for example, the Cassandra DB can support up to 2 billion columns per row. So now you can get a lot of data into your data store and you can get to it quickly. NoSQL is a bit of a misnomer because a number of these time series data stores actually have basically a SQL interface tacked on top of them, but some of the queries can be fairly expensive. So in version 2.0, the data stores, when we talk about the Elastic Stack, it sits in Elasticsearch. In the Tick Stack, it's the InfluxDB. In Prometheus, it's Prometheus itself. That is the data store. Now, when you talk about dashboards, where you actually see information that gets generated from all this, Elk Stack, it's in Kibana. And here's a little blurb about whether you should use Logstash or Beats to collect information or have information pushed to your data store. There's a nice discussion there. Chronograph in the Tick Stack, it's what shows you, your nice pretty dashboard. And in Prometheus, you can use Grafana as one. And Grafana is really cool because it can talk to all sorts of data stores and show you information. So Prometheus is just one. It can use Elasticsearch, it can use traditional relational data stores, etc. So what about the alerting? In the Elk Stack, it's in Kibana itself, which is your dashboard. In the Tick Stack, it's in this thing called Capacitor, which you add on. Here's a detail of the Tick Stack, and I don't go talking about this a lot. It's just to understand that all these stacks of software used in this version of network monitoring management actually have a lot of stuff going on and a lot of communication. Note here the little comment about Telegraph, that there's 200 plus plugins, and that was a little while ago, so I assume that has increased. That was like a year and a half ago. Prometheus, you alert via Alert Manager, which can be part of Prometheus, or you can do it through Grafana. So in version 2.0 of NMM, when you put it all together, generally presenting the data requires more resources, more disk and CPU, fine-grained telemetry, seconds versus minutes. That's more data on disk, and you have large data stores and complex dashboards might mean more CPU. You also need to have some knowledge of regular expressions, programmatic knowledge in order to get your dashboard built. And some of these tools do come with pre-built dashboards where you can get things started. Here's a final example here of 2 different systems using some of these more advanced tools. Note Grafana is at the bottom here, and it's talking to all these different tools. And then on the other side, on the left, we have Kibana, which is basically talking to Logstash pushing into Elasticsearch. And if you overlay like this, what we're actually seeing are a way to measure flows, another way to get system metrics and generate alerts, get network and application metrics. And then the last one on the right is dealing with logs, Prometheus and Grafana Loki. Grafana Loki is basically a data store optimized for logging data. So if we look at it this way, if we slice it horizontally, the collections at the top, right? These are the agents that push stuff to your stores, Elasticsearch, Prometheus, InfluxDB, and Grafana Loki. And then viewing that information comes out of Kibana. And note on the bottom again, Grafana is talking to all three. And interestingly, when you use Prometheus to send log data, it can go into Prometheus if you prefer. Here's Elastaflow in action. Here's a diagram we actually generated from flows in one of our classes where our campuses are attacking each other. When we used NFSen to look at this, it's almost impossible for people to tell what's going on. When we use Elastaflow, they immediately see these flow patterns and they're like, oh, look at that. This side is pushing data to that side. It's very visual, impressive tools. Grafana talking into Prometheus from Node Exporter is great for alerts in terms of reachability and metrics. And here's a sample of having some hosts with nearly full disks and getting that alert, and that's being generated out of Grafana talking to the Prometheus data store. And here we are talking about logging, where we have Prometheus pushing logging data into a specialized data store called Grafana Loki. Don't you love the names? It's Loki, I'm sure, from the Avengers. I just have to assume that's what that is. And then Grafana is displaying some information for us. So we're getting streaming logs from files. This works with Prometheus as well. So you can send Prometheus data to Prometheus. And note there's Kubernetes builds available for this and for many other tools. So you can build them quickly. The hardest part is making sure that you have a data store that's persistent, right? And here's Telegraph sending data InfluxDB with Grafana. And this is where you get that big, beautiful, gorgeous dashboards that you see so often with version 2 of network monitoring and management. And a lot of work had gone into this. There's a thing called net data that's kind of half and half, and you can look it up and try it out if you want to monitor a single box that gives you dashboards like this. So are there any questions? We also have a bunch of resources for you at the end if you're interested. And I see a Q&A. Can I get to it? Here we go.
I have a question.
Libre NMS, Wazoo and Kibana with syslog. You're comfortable with Libre alerting and SNMP version 3 for polling, for log management. Now our question is, should we have both or should we gradually shift to 2.0 pros and cons? That's a great question, Manoj. And I can punt and say, hey, they both work, right? So David is going to answer this question live. Are you really going to answer that, David?
No, you're going to answer that question live. I'm just clicking the button.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand the interface. So anyhow, Manoj, you can keep it as you are. What you might want to enjoy doing is trying to install one of these sort of 2.0 versions of network monitoring management tools and see what you think. But do notice that you're using SNMP version 3 for the polling, right? So you're going to have to figure out how to get the data out of your devices using some of these agents or some of these protocols. You want to make sure they're actually available to you for what you're doing. And if you have questions on that, more detailed, feel free to ping me offline and we can go into it a bit deeper. Not sure if that answered it, but that's my start to an answer. Other questions? I'm assuming I'm right at time here, so unless there are others, I will give up the screen.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Harvey.
My pleasure.
Hope everybody got something out of that. Moving right along. Next up, we have David Teach. He'll be talking about everyone's favorite route collector route views and some of the enhancements that their team have been working on. And take it away, David.
Thank you, David, and great presentation, Herbie. That was fun to watch, and some of the stuff we're using here at the U of O. So I wanted to talk to you guys today, as David mentioned, about some of the updates we have made to route views and how that could impact you guys as network operators and network users. So just a little bit about route views. I'm not going to try and read this entire slide to you guys, but we were founded at the University of Oregon all the way back in 1995. We have about 30 terabytes of archived BGP data today. We work closely with the Network Startup Resource Group here at the U of O and many of our panelists today. And yeah, the U of O's University of Oregon is in Eugene, Oregon, in the United States, where we operate out of. So we have a fairly significant number of collectors operating at various exchanges around the world. I'm not going to try and read this slide to you guys either. I'd just like to point out we do have some new collectors hopefully coming online this year at BDIX, MPIX, and UAEIX. So that might be of interest to some of the folks in this group. And if you have questions about those, feel free to drop a question in the Q&A or wait until after the presentation. Just some quick peering stats here. We see about 264 million prefixes. We have 745 peering sessions, and we peer with about 280 unique ASs. And if you want more up-to-date peering stats, you can go to the URL on the bottom there. So just a quick example of the two different kind of collector models that we operate. We operate essentially a multi-hop collector or collectors that allow anyone who is able to configure a BGP multi-hop session from the router to start sending their data to route views. We also operate on the various exchanges that we listed previously. Those are direct peerings across the internet exchange. And they're a little bit more resilient in terms of what we're kind of seeking to collect in terms of BGP data, whereas if there's a BGP event that happens in the path of your multi-hop BGP session, you might lose that data. So we typically try and push people towards a direct peering if that's possible at a common exchange. So the data that we collect is based on IETF RFC. It's the multi-threaded router toolkit. It essentially dumps BGP data in a binary format. We store that in a RIB file. So we dump the BGP RIB every 2 hours on our collectors, and then we dump updates that have been received by our collectors every 15 minutes. And oops, wrong way. And then those files are bzipped and then synced back to our data archive location, and you can access those files via HTTP, FTP, and rsync. So there's a number of different tools out there today that you can use to analyze those MRT data files. I've listed a number of them here. I'd like to point out the one that I think really makes a good use of that MRT data, and we'll give some examples of it later on the presentation. That's BGP Stream. It's a C++ library that also has Python binding. So if you can write Python or C, you're in pretty good shape if you want to use that library. So I think the thing that makes sense for this user community is really the operational use case, right? So we have a bunch of network operators here, and it's our job to ensure the stability of the global routing infrastructure. And to do that, we need to constantly monitor that infrastructure. So Route Views provides a couple of ways for you to do that. We provide a command line CLI or looking glass into all of our collectors, which we'll show you in some examples here in a little bit. In doing so, we can use that to look at prefix visibility, verify prefix convergence or routing convergence. We can also look at path stability. And then we can also compare routing topologies in a local, regional, or global view. And then finally, troubleshooting reachability is something that Route Views has been very useful for folks over a long period of time here. And then we have some research use cases here. I won't go into too much detail on those, but as you can see, there's always emerging threats within the BGP and global routing infrastructure landscape. We're seeing a lot of research go into that area, in addition to, you know, the typical growth, aggregation, and monitoring of AS v4 and v6 growth. We have about 500 plus research publications, if you're interested, that use route views data today. So we're heavily utilized in the routing research space. So generation one of our route views infrastructure is what I've kind of just described to you. It's a file-based storage in MRT data format. It's asynchronous, so we sync the files back to our archive site, and then if you want to get those files, then you need to go access our archive site and pull those down. It's manual retrieval, as I just mentioned. If you want to sequence a number of different collector files or MRT files from different collectors, you have to do that yourself. Same thing goes with consolidation or aggregation of that data, and there's no post-processing. So we don't do anything after the fact to clean up any of the data in those files. And it's a very centralized model. So for example, you know, we have one place where you really can go get that data. In generation two, and the stuff we're going to show you here shortly, we've moved to a message-based data distribution model where we have timestamps per message, and there's additional metadata in those messages. It's automated consolidating and sequencing. We have database stores and access, which is coming here in the future, along with RESTful APIs here in the future. And it's real-time streaming telemetry. So as BGP updates are received by our collectors, that's being streamed back to our collector aggregation service where you can access it from there. And it's middle layer abstraction. So as someone who wants to consume that data, you don't need to worry about where it's coming from, where are the files at. You know, all you need to know is the client or be able to access it via many of the different clients we'll speak about here shortly. And so just to point out, a couple of these things that we're talking about are actually addressed in our FAQ. So if you're curious about what I'm specifically talking about or looking for examples, that's a great place to start. And let's go. So we're going to jump into a couple of examples here. And if you're looking for collectors where you can test these examples out, we actually have a map of our collectors that shows you their location, what features they have turned on, and if they have these components enabled for you to consume that data. So here's just a quick example here. If you wanted to get a CLI session on one of our collectors, you simply telnet to it. We're using telnet because we use SSH to manage the box, and we don't have anything to hide in terms of passwords. So telnet's kind of our protocol of choice there. And then you can run those same Cisco IOS-like commands on our collectors to get that output that you're looking for. So in this example, if you wanted to see what routes a specific AS is advertising, you could do something like show IP, BGP, regex, and then your AS. If you wanted to look at best paths, similar show IP, BGP, and your prefix, and then best paths. And we also publish a list of the peering stats for each collector and the peers on that collector. So if you were ever curious about what collector you're peered with, you can actually go to that peering status URL there and just grep for your AS or just search through it in your browser. So here's a quick overview of Rpki, which we're going to talk about next. I don't think I really need to explain to you all about Rpki. I'm sure we've probably talked about it in depth or going to within the presentations here. But just a quick overview, AS and prefixes are assigned to ROA. That's registered with your RIR and are synced to an Rpki validator. And then we actually point our collector instances at a couple of Rpki validators. which essentially means that we've enabled Rpki on our collectors. And what I'd like to point out is that we're doing that so we have the Rpki table there, but we do not filter or drop any routes based on their Rpki state. So we still collect invalid routes that someone might be advertising to us, but we just have the Rpki table there for anyone to use at their discretion. So if you want to look at that Rpki table from any of our collectors that support it, it's just show Rpki prefix table. We'll give you the full table, or you can look for the specific prefix by doing show Rpki prefix and then the prefix you're looking for. And that works for B4 and B6. So we also have been working on some APIs to put this into a more RESTful interface. So you can actually curl the API or the URL that you see there by providing your prefix. We'll give you a specific output in terms of the ASN, whether or not it's valid, and the timestamp at which we saw the last state or the last time we dumped that valid state for that prefix. Same thing goes for ASN. So if you want to see what Rpki state looks like for a specific ASN, you can do that as well. And if you want the full table, you can just hit the base URL there. A word of caution, that is a fairly large table. So please use your discretion when you do that because it will take some time. And then the last piece here is we route views have turned on, this is the real-time streaming component of our latest collector refresh. And we're using something called BMP, which is another IETF standard. It stands for BGP Monitoring Protocol. And essentially, it's a real-time encapsulation of BGP messages that we can then attribute metadata to and send back to our collector, who then makes that data available in real time. And we're going to go through kind of how that works here. So it's available on Cisco, Juniper, Arista routers, and also an FRR if you're doing any of the software routing. That's what we use at RouteViews. So in addition to what we might get out of MRT, we also see the peer start, stop, or the router start, stop, and then peer up and peer down. We also see collector identification, and we get statistics from our RouteViews collectors as well. So I won't read all of this to you, but OpenBMP it's an open source tool for collecting this routing data. It will back end into an Apache Kafka cluster. Kafka is very scalable. It's been proven to scale, and it has a very mature client API. There's 16 different languages that you can get a Kafka client in. So if you can program, you should be able to access this data. And there's also a number of tools that we'll show you an example of. So here's just a kind of overview of what that looks like. So we have our eBGP peers down here at the bottom. They're peered with our FRR RouteViews collector, and that collector is sending BMP data back to our OpenBMP servers, who push that into a Kafka cluster. Then our applications, or your applications, can subscribe to those Kafka topics and see those BGP updates in real time. So here's a just quick example of how we've formatted those Kafka topics. Essentially, if we want to focus here on the colorized text there, we group things by a collector group. In our case, that is RouteViews. And then we provide a router group, which is typically the name of our RouteViews collector. And then we provide the peer ASN that we're peered with. So what that allows you to do is build regular expressions to subscribe to topics or multiple topics based on the pattern that you provide. So for example here, if you wanted to subscribe to all the BGP updates from Amazon, you could use a pattern like that, and it would provide you anything from any of our 26 collectors that are sending BMP data. Pretty cool. And then this is BGP Stream again. This is probably the best tool out there right now that will consume or read both the MRT data and BMP data. So it's one client that'll actually do both the historical data for you and the real-time data from route views. And then there's a number of different Kafka clients that you guys can go look at there. So here's a quick example of Bgp Reader, which is the CLI front end for Bgp Stream. And as you can see, it's pretty easy to get going. The example here is, Bgp Stream allows you to configure a project with their broker. We've asked them to do that. So our project is called Route View Stream. And once you do that, it subscribes to our Kafka cluster. And then I've added the router, or in our case, the route views collector that I want to see updates from. And with that one simple command, I can get a full output of what's happening on that collector. And we'll show you an example of that here shortly. In addition to that, Bgp Stream has a number of different flags that you can use at your disposal if you want to look at a specific prefix or community or AS path. They're all there. So I urge you, if you're interested, go grab a copy of Bgp Stream and take a look at it, mess around with it, see what you can find. And as I had mentioned before, so that's a C and C++ API, and then Pi Bgp Stream is the Python bindings of that library. We've actually got a couple of examples of that for you as well. And then, so before we get done here, I'm just going to try and jump into a quick example for you guys. Hopefully it'll let me do that. Maybe not. I probably need to do this. Okay. So I have a couple examples of Pi Bgp Stream here. As you can see, it's just basic Python. It's very easy to get set up. And for this example, I'm just going to output basically the same output that I see using Bgp Reader. And I can do that. I'm running the example here, and hopefully this works. Usually takes a second to get going. And there you go. So we're seeing live BGP updates coming in from our AM6 collector all the way over in Amsterdam, which is pretty cool. So we have a couple of other examples there that you guys can check out at our Route Views GitHub. And if you have any additional questions about BMP or Rpki or any of the new things that we're doing with Route Views, feel free to drop them in the Q&A. All right. Well, I think unless there are additional questions, I will turn it back over.
Excellent. Thanks for that, David. I've posted a couple of those links over into the chat for everybody. So feel free to go and have a look.
All right.
All righty. Next up, man who needs no introduction, but I'll introduce him anyway, to give us an update on the internet routing table. Dr. Philip Smith, where are you, sir?
No idea. Where am I? Trying to find my mouse. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Share screen. Share. Click on that. Move this out of the way. Click on this and off we go. So this is the regular update that I give to SANOG and a few other places of the internet routing table. I've put a lot of slides in here, not with the intention of going through them all because we've only got 20 minutes. So I just want to try and highlight some of the main things that, well, I kind of been interesting, or interesting at the moment, have been interesting for the last year or so. Oops. So just looking at the, this was the update, just what the table looked like yesterday. Main thing is, so my view has, 837,000 prefixes in it. And what we'll look at really is where the aggregation is going, or the de-aggregation is going, onwards and upwards, as most of these things are. But I'll come to this a bit later on. But just taking a quick dip into the table, one of the things I do in the report is work out the maximum possible aggregation that can be applied to the BGP table according to the AS path, or origin AS, actually. So we could reduce the table down to about 320,000 prefixes, and then also look at the unique aggregates announced. So in other words, without unneeded subnets, and that's about 400,000. So basically what that means is some operators are taking the nice big aggregates and just divide them into pieces sequentially for, well, I've no idea. That's what they do, and without announcing the covering aggregate. We're seeing about 70,000 autonomous systems in the routing table. That goes upwards, around about 12 prefixes per AS. What else is exciting? Today, the maximum AS path prepend I'm seeing is 132. That's from AS 135582. But a couple of days ago, there was a very interesting one, which I'll look at later. What else is exciting? Unregistered ASNs, a lot. Unregistered address space, a lot, and we'll have a look at that in a second. I've just pulled out the APNIC region, so BGP table here, around about 220,000 prefixes, and well, you can read the rest or have a look at the rest later on at your leisure. But let's look at the global table, and this whole report kind of started way back because the CIDR report, when Tony Bates was running it, looked at the top 20 de-aggregators. The whole point of the CIDR report was to encourage people to aggregate. And back in those days, at least the late 90s when I joined Cisco, as I started doing the tour around Asia and elsewhere, people thought the CIDR report was to try and advertise the size and quality of the service provider. And I had to try and explain to people that it was actually the size of the stupid table, not the size of the good or clever table. So if we look at the top 20, I think that's the top 20 I've got there. These are the top 20 contributors to the BGP table. In other words, the operators that are announcing the most number of prefixes. So our long-term number one is Uninet from Mexico, who are very determined to stay there at number one, 8,000 prefixes, have been there for several years. TTNet from Turkey, number two. We've got Uninet from Spain, number three. Our own TPG here in Australia, staying there well and truly in the number 4 position, and so on we go. The important bit is to look at the 4th column, the aggregation column. If they took the prefixes and actually aggregated them, sit on a router, do a bit of configuration that includes joining all the prefixes they're just announcing in pieces, it would be substantially different. You can look at some amazing ones there. Viettel in Vietnam, for example, well, they're announcing 3,542, but with a bit of aggregation, they could end up announcing 19. Or Al Jawal STC in Saudi Arabia, 3,459, but they would only end up announcing 22 if they did a bit of aggregation. Those are the scary ones because they're just basically taking the address space they've got from the registries or elsewhere and just announcing them in as many small pieces as possible. Anyway, I've said this for about the last, how many years I've been doing this now? 20 years. Nobody pays any attention. I'm starting to sound like Jeff Houston, so let's move on. So the unassigned resources is kind of interesting. And people are paying more attention to that now for various things that have happened in the last year or so that I don't need to mention on here, but most of you are probably well aware. The use of unassigned address space is actually rampant. At the moment, and this was yesterday, I'm seeing 440 unassigned prefixes in the v4 routing table. Actually, I realized the published slides have a bit more because that was from the other week. But so that value goes up and down. But the 440 unassigned prefixes in the v4 table. But unassigned ASNs, there are currently 886 unassigned autonomous system numbers in use. In other words, these are autonomous systems that have no entry in registry databases at all. I mean, most of you who are network operators, and you know when you approach your upstream provider, most of you got to sign some kind of agreement saying, you know, this is okay to announce my AS and this is my address space and you've got to prove it and all the other stuff. And we know all the efforts have been made globally to do Rpki and get people ROAs signed and get route origin validation and so forth. Yet we still can find 806 unassigned ASNs. And the thing is, these are not transited by dodgy people. These are transited by folks that we know very well. So here's a complete list of unregistered origin AS numbers. I don't know how visible it will be, probably pretty hard to read, but that's a lot. The ones in red are from private AS space or the documentation AS space. Now those definitely should not be appearing on the BGP table, but all these other ones, they're just not registered. So you look up in the 5 registry databases, not there. So why are they in use? And it's not like they're brand new ones. So whose databases are wrong? Is it the operators or entities who are using these haven't got up-to-date paperwork, or is it something going wrong with the registry paperwork? I don't know, but here they are. And as I said, they're not exactly being originated by dodgy operators. You look at the AS numbers on the left there and who is providing the transit. And we see all the usual famous names, the level 3s, the Cogents, the AT&Ts, the Zaos. What else? Well, UUNet, Sprint. These are well-known names. So what on earth? There is more. Rather than picking on those, I thought I'd pick on Network 38 being originated, lots of AS numbers here too. And again, well-known names. So why are these autonomous systems, which are unregistered, being announced and appearing on the internet? What about the unassigned address space? Quite a lot of those too, as I mentioned earlier. So again, we're just listing some here. So I've actually updated the report over what I did last year. I've had a lot of good input from the community about just issues with how the report is presenting, just making it easier for people to find the unassigned address space and who's actually providing transit to them. And we'll look at some of these. Sorry, I'm looking at the big screen beside me because it's actually a bit easier to read. Hopefully you can actually see the slide fine in front of you as well. But you know, we see unassigned network. The first one there is from an unassigned AS, and RNV Corporation in Brazil is providing transit to it. So they obviously don't get their customers to prove anything about either the address space or the AS number. And, you know, we can go through the list. TWC Carolinas, the same thing. Red Mercury in the US, whatever that is. The interesting ones at the bottom. See that network 41.77.240.0/21? It's originated by DDoSing BGP network in the US and transited by DOSGuard in Russia. If somebody wants to enlighten me exactly what all that is, I'll be fascinated to know, but it's just kind of interesting, especially this is an AFRINIC address space. Does that mean that whoever has that network is, but nobody has the network because it's not assigned to anybody. So why is this network doing DDoSing, or is it a DDoS protecting network? And then why would a US network use a DDoS guard in Russia? I don't get this. It's really odd. There's more, and we can just go through the list. I put more of these in here because I just find them fascinating. So we've got, where else? So another African address block, 4179, but it's being, so where am I looking? So I'm just doing the lines. Let's see, unassigned AS number, announcing an assigned address space coming in there from Cameroon. Several from South Africa. We've got African one originated by Telecom Italia, transited by KDDI. Does KDDI provide transit to Telecom Italia? I guess they must do. And so on. What else? And there's another page as well. Just I picked 203 address block, which is more this part of the world. So Tata's originating this. It's not assigned to anybody, and it's being transited by, well, Tata upstream, Tata Global. What else? And then with a few others down there. So the list goes on. You can actually have a look at that URL at the top of the screen and you get the whole list of unassigned. What else? Prefix length sizes. What's interesting here? Well, 22s go onwards and upwards. No surprise there. 23, same. 24s is the favorite. I would say about every year we're getting about another 30,000 24s appearing in the BGP table. That's okay. The vendors are delighted with all this because they can sell you bigger and more expensive and faster fib. What about V6? V6 goes onwards and upwards. Sorry, I don't have pretty graphs or anything about the V6 analysis. I've promised the community for the last 10 years that I'll do something about it. I've never really managed to get around to doing it. But the V6 table is about to break 100,000 in my view anyway. I don't see any subnets smaller than 48s because the ISP I get the feed from is filtering the 48s, which is probably a good thing. And we look at the V6 prefix sizes. The big change, I suppose, you know, the 32s over the last 10 years, the 48s in V6 especially are just going absolutely crazy. My assumption is that network operators just assume that what's the /24 in IPv4 is the /24 in IPv6. We treat it the same way. So the /48 for V6 is the smallest routable address block. Pretty much everybody I see has the filter set up like that. And so V6 48s are taking up half of the global V6 table right now. And I think that trend is going to carry on. So I mentioned earlier about fib sizes. We're going to have to pay close attention to that as well. Global V4 table, this is over the last 11 years. It's pretty much gone linear now. I'm not doing curve fitting, I'm just kind of standing back looking at the graph, but it's pretty much been linear for the last 4 or 5 years or so. You know, we're gone from the early days of internet growth, the dot-com, yes, it was the dot-com bust, and then the rapid growth in our part of the world, through Asia Pac, and then the global financial crisis and so forth, but it's pretty much stabilized. Interesting enough, even though we have supposedly run out of V4 address space, we haven't run out of adding routes to the global V4 table. For V6, it's doing that. It's got sort of curious nicks and bumps. I really have no idea what went on in the last couple of months. It might be the upstream provider that I get the feed from, but I don't know. I've looked at it and I can't really see anything was amiss. Nothing really changed. So there's some big jump that has happened in the last couple of weeks. So I will need to have a look into what's actually going on with that. As for growth at ASs, it's linear, nothing much to say there. Oops, what's going on here? Why has it stopped? No, it's carried on again. Has it stopped? Oh well, I have no idea what my laptop's doing, but it seems to have just kind of paused. Okay. I don't know what it's doing. It's finally just caught up with what I'm trying to do. Just bear with the slides. I'll find out where I am. Anyway, let's go back to what I was trying to talk about. So I think I've got a fantastic feature that who was presenting yesterday that had exactly the same thing. I don't know what PowerPoint's doing, but I'll talk about the slide that's in front of your screen at the moment before it goes away. This is just showing the general growth of /19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, and 23s. The blue is a 22, and you see the 23s are kind of onwards and upwards. 22s are tailing off. And everything else is pretty much gone flat. So no growth in 19s, 20s really to speak of. I think I'm going to have to escape this and just start again. Let's try it again. Yeah, now we should be a bit better. The /24s. /24s onwards and upwards. There was that kind of curious step a few weeks ago. I have no idea why that happened. Probably just a feature of the upstream provider. Looking at IPv6, please don't do this. I was trying to look at IPv6, but 32s versus 48s. So again, the curious uptick there. You know, the global table is what's in the red. The blue is the /48s, and the /32s are very, very steady onwards, slow growth. Total v4 address space announced is the next one. That's gone completely flat. It kind of bubbles around a little bit as address space comes and goes. And yeah, I do mean goes. It does come and go. I have no idea why, but as I say, with the global v4 address space announcement has been pretty flat for the last 5 years or so. As for AS announcements, nothing interesting here, onwards, upwards. Maximum AS path length. Yeah, we get the odd one every now and then. When I first submitted this presentation for the program committee to have a look at, we were enduring a 200 times prepend by AS 396896. No idea why, but that's what we had. But over the years, we've had some of these massive prepends, and they just appear and they hang around for a day or two or a week, and then they disappear. Apart from the AS 5044 a few years ago, which hung around for half a year. And you can see that one there, the 51 times prepend. It was there for at least half a year. No idea what went on there. Back to that 396896. Well, this is the Ferrara Candy Company, whoever they are. And this is the BGP table. And I really have no idea what they're doing. It's really kind of very strange. And they get transit from AS174 and AS17223. AS174 is the best path, but I see this path as well as the alternative one. And it's like, well, I know you want to maybe do traffic engineering as 174 is the primary path and 17223 is the backup, but really 200 prepends to try and achieve that seems to be quite a lot. And then the de-aggregation piece, you know, as I mentioned at the start, we had the side report, which Jeff now runs after years of Tony Bates doing it, which originally was just trying to get people to aggregate all their historical class Cs, just join them together. But I mean, now it does a whole lot more, just trying to look at the general de-aggregation and stability of the internet in general. But back when I started doing my report, the side report was only global. It didn't look at the registry regions. And so what my interest was the de-aggregation that was going on, mostly because a lot of operators were saying, oh, it's really hard to aggregate, it's really hard to do traffic engineering, BGP is no good, and all the various excuses you would get when you go and visit them. And so I started looking at the de-aggregation factor and looking at it on the registry region basis, just to see what was actually going on. So, and basically the de-aggregation was, I would take all the announcements of an origin AS, try and aggregate as much as I can, and then see what we could probably get. And then I worked out the de-aggregation factor based on that, which is the routing table size versus the aggregated size. And so, you know, a few days ago, it was this. This was actually at the start of the month. I didn't recompute yesterday what these are, but they haven't really changed. So, you know, North America sitting around about twice the amount of prefixes over what we could get if everything was maximally aggregated. Same thing in Europe. And I think most operators accept that, you know, with well interconnected networks and general good practices, we should be about seeing double the prefixes over you know, what could ideally be done. We move into our part of the world through Asia and Pacific, it's 3.39, Latin America is 4.26, then we go into Africa and it's 5 times more than what it could reasonably be. And there is a graph that goes with that, and it takes PowerPoint a minute to produce it, and there it is. So we can see, I mean, the interesting thing is in Latin America, Latinx region, you see how they peaked at probably about 5.4 7 years ago. And there's been a big improvement in dropping down the de-aggregation factor. It's the continent of Africa that carries on onwards and upwards, just de-aggregating all over the place. Whereas the green one, the APNIC region, it's actually, if you stand back far enough, you can see that that green line is actually starting to drop down a little bit. Whereas others are pretty much plateau, they're not really going anywhere at all. If we look at the de-aggregation possibilities in the Asia Pacific region, well, you know, the usual suspects. This table just doesn't really change much. Hasn't changed much over the last 2-3 years of doing this presentation. Usual suspects. TPG determined to be #1 de-aggregator, followed by CERNet, the China Education Research Network, VTEL in Vietnam, VNPT in Vietnam, Guangdong Mobile, Telecom Indonesia, Bharti Airtel, and so on it goes. You know, with just the usual list of folks, it doesn't really change very much. For fun, apologies to our Nepalese virtual hosts, I did Nepal. So here are the de-aggregators in Nepal. Hello, Nepal Telecom, you're doing wonderful de-aggregation. You could actually save the global internet 91 prefixes if you did a bit of de-aggregating, aggregating. Same as WorldLink, 88 could be saved, Subisu could save 68, WebSurfer could save 49, Classic Tech 25, Vianet 24, and so on. You know, some of the interesting ones actually are much further down, like was it Unified Communication Private Limited announcing 7 can save 6. So I'm sure you're multi-homing, but you probably don't need to de-aggregate everything just to be able to do that type of traffic engineering. And so it's usually the number of networks announced versus the possible savings. When there's just 1 or 2 difference, then you know our eyebrows start getting raised of why is this happening and why is it even needed? But anyway, hope that's interesting and useful for the Nepalese community. And I'll move swiftly on. Just to finish off, V4 table, growing, onwards, upwards, linear growth, I think, for the last 8 years. Unscientific measure, but certainly just looking at it. Total address space announced has leveled off, as we see, but of course the V4 table keeps onwards and upwards, mostly /24s. Significant improvements in Latin America, which is great. V6. The growth slowed through 2020, but we got this sudden uptick right at the end, and I don't know what that's about. 48 announcements continue to grow rapidly. As I said earlier, the V648 is being treated like the V424. Please don't do that. For homework, work out how many 48s there are on /32, and then figure out what kind of fib sizes you need to carry all those. And that is it. If there are any questions, I will stop sharing right now and I'll be able to see the questions.
Not seeing any questions there at the moment.
Yep.
No, all looking good.
Oh, well, I'll get the brickbats later from the Nepalese community saying, oh, but you shouldn't have shown us all this de-aggregation. It's not our fault, it's somebody else. And that I usually get after presenting.
Yes.
Anyway,
fantastic.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Philip. I'd also like to circle back, thank Harvey. It's like 2 a.m. over at his end of the world. So thanks for staying up. And David, it's about 9 p.m. over at his end of the world. So thank you very much for staying up for everybody. I believe we are now taking a 15-minute break. Yes, we are. We're up for a 15-minute break. Then we'll come back. Philip Papes will be hosting a panel discussion on online NOGs during COVID. So stick around for that. And thank you very much for attending.
Thanks everyone.
Have a good one.
By my clock, it is time to start. So I'll kick things off. Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. Welcome to our panel discussion for the next hour or so. We will enlighten and possibly entertain you with the wonderful world of NOGs in the broken world we currently live in. I have some panelists from around the region who should be familiar to you all. I'll let you all, take about 5 minutes for a quick introduction of who you are and what your NOG is and whether you've done a NOG this year. So I think the way to do this is to go in alphabetical order, certainly not in order of age. So we'll start with the youngest one, Pritesh. Would you like to give a quick introduction of yourself and NOG and whether it happened this year?
Thank you, Philip. This NOG started 3 years, and this year we were wondering how to handle. And this has the active support from ISP Association of India and APNIC. Just if I can mention now one name, Sunny Chendi, Srinivas Chendi, makes it a very useful contribution personally as well as on behalf of APNIC. So this year, yes, we had in NOG 3, and after a lot of deliberations, and one quick comment that we could attract talent from the worldwide this time. And in terms of the panelists, this was one of the best year. Just only before I hand over to others. Only thing is this in NOG, the effort is that it should be an independent body and not controlled by either ISPI or APNIC. This is for the community to lead, handle, but sometimes in organization, community needs hand-holding by an organization's organizing experience. Thank you for that. And I am Rajesh Jain. I am also Vice President ISP Association. I had the community's NREN representative till 18 days back. So 31st December was my last time. And I thank community for the same. And I remain an active contributor to the ISP matters in the country in regulation otherwise. Thank you.
Introduction. Moving on in alphabetical order is Fakrul, our friend from Bangladesh. Did BDNOG happen this year?
Yes, we had. Thanks, Philip. Hi, everyone. So yes, we had BDNOG this year. Definitely, like others, is kind of the same story. We have a virtual event. The challenge we had is we also had APNIC 50 around the same time of September. So we're trying to find out what is the best time and the spot to do our BDNOG, and we did it in October, kind of mid-October, BDNOG 12. A 3-day session, same like 1-day conference, 2 days tutorial / workshop, and 4 hours each day. So we had one definitely. And I'm Fakrul, also known as Papu. I'm looking after the secretariat at the moment, also part of the BDNOG EC and the trustee board.
Alrighty, thanks, Fakrul. Moving on in alphabetical order is high up a mountain, Manoj. Hello there. How is BTNOG?
Good morning, Philip. Thank you. Since Mr. Bridges and Mr. Fakrul took less time, I think I have some time, right? I have a small slide. Can I share my screen, Philip?
Oh, go for it. Yeah. This man comes prepared.
Not sure about prepared, but yeah. Let me just try. Oops, technique. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, so Philip, thank you so much. And first of all, namaste. सबैजना नेपालको साथीभाइहरुलाई भुटानबाट नमस्कार छ। यसपालि कोभिड-19 नभएको भए हजुरहरुको ठाउँमै आएर ती भेटघाट हुने थियो, तर भएन। त्यसको लागि एकदम अर्को पालि चाहिँ कि हामी नेपाल कि हजुरहरु यहाँ भुटान आइपुग्नुहुन्छ भन्ने एउटा होप छ। हजुर त्यसमा नमस्ते। And Philip, since we share the local dialect, that's Nepali, so I just greeted them in their language, in my mother tongue. So basically, BTNOG 7 happened virtually. And before I go there, I think I should introduce myself. I am Manoj Adhikari. I am the chair for BTNOG 7. And let me go to the next. Okay, the key points from BTNOG 7. We did the online thing on 18th October 2020, but if not for the online event, we would have met in June 2020 in Bumthang, Bhutan. that was the scheduled date and place, but we could not. And also the event which we conducted online was a conference and not a tutorial. Why? I'll get to that in the next slide. And the platform we used was Zoom, and that was, again, we would like to thank Epinic for giving us the Zoom support. And why conference? Why not tutorials? So I have a few points out here. In Bhutan, and I'm sure it's same in the rest of the world, it's difficult to get online attendance for tutorials. Conference is one thing, but to have someone glued to your screen for like 5 days is a difficult task. So that's why we decided only to go with the conference. Further, BTNOG is not yet equipped to host virtual labs. So that was one of the reasons. And like Mr. Fakhrul also mentioned, the reschedule of the BTNOG did not help us because we are not sure whether the Epinic and NSRC resources were available back then or not. But we just got 1 day, so that's why we had to do a conference. And what were the achievement of BTNOG 7? As you know, we are one of the smallest country in the world. We were not expecting 100+ people to attend the full day conference, which they did. So we had 100+ people who were actively involved in the conference. And also the conference, the contents were relevant to Bhutan. It was not only totally not network based, but we also had some phishing and network security topics out there. So it was quite relevant to Bhutan standards. And the event went through like a knife through a butter. It was like easy peasy, but I'll get to that, where the challenges that we faced. And we also awarded some prizes to the winners who were the active users, and even who took the best selfie. We gave them networking from home t-shirts. So we had a good number of participations out there. And this is just a small graph which we wanted to show. We had people from Bangladesh, friends from Australia, Bhutan, and India, Nepal joining the conference, which for us, it's an achievement because, like I said, it's difficult to get to Bhutan. And yeah, even on online, we were not marketing our NOG that much, so but still we had a good number of participation. And also we had 23% female attendees when compared to 77% of male. That is also an achievement in Bhutan, especially an online event, and people are working from home, so it was difficult for them. But still, they made a point that they attended the conference. And one thing we wanted to highlight here, the blue line out there, this Thimphu, that's the capital city. But we were amazed to see that there were people from other districts that were joining, that were interested, and that is quite an achievement in a small part. And it's like Philip said that we are a mountainous country, right? Just like Nepal. So it's difficult for people to get to Thimphu. But now we know if it is online, people are also interested to attend online. So yeah, that is why I wanted to show this graph. And the challenges we faced in BTNOG 7 were like, we could not get much of our local speakers, that means the Bhutanese speakers. We just had 2. So that is a challenge we would like to work on BTNOG 8. And sensitizing the ICT community that we are doing this, and these are the topics covered, was a challenge for us. But nevertheless, we gave a try. And coming back to my earlier comment, it went, the event was easy peasy. It was not, because we had a small lapses. We forgot to take the feedback, which was the most important part. Since we were hosting it for the very first time in Bhutan, an online IT conference, it was very, very difficult, and we were so busy, and I take the full responsibility. We forgot to get the feedback. So that was the challenges we faced. And the way forward in BTNOG 8, what we look up to, and this is, I'd like to open it to the all SANOG family, that BTNOG 8, if it is physical, is again going to be in Bumthang, and the dates, we're not sure at the moment, but June is not possible due to the pandemic. And if it is online, we'll see how to patch up the issues that we had. And also one important thing I have highlighted here is sponsors. We had many sponsors who came forward and they wanted to sponsor us for the online event, but we as BTNOG, Bhutan NOG, we have kept thing that if we don't need much financial help, we will try to reduce the number of sponsors and maybe take it forward when we actually need them. So this is one thing that the BTCOT team has decided. And the contents of the BTNOG 8 might be online or physical or conference or lab. That is all I wanted to cover. Sorry, I took a lot of time, but I just wanted to cover that much. Thank you, Phil. Back to you.
Thank you, Manoj. That was very enlightening. We have all the time in the world, so I hope the others are frantically typing slides in the background while we go to Lina. Have you prepared your slides, my friends? How are things in Sri Lanka with LKNOG?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, Philip and all. So thanks for this opportunity. So yeah, no slides from me. So actually, this LKNOG we started somewhere like 2017. So it's still again young, like INOG. So we had our fourth conference this year with the virtual setup. So the thing was like we were discussing whether to host a virtual meeting or a physical meeting, because normally LKNOG was like in the September-October time period, but due to different lockdowns in Sri Lanka, we had to shift it to several dates, and then finally we thought of doing it online. So till the last moment, we were planning to do a physical one, but due to different issues, we couldn't do that. So last December 22nd, we did the online version, a single day conference with several speaks and a single tutorial. So in Sri Lanka, most of the people, they don't like coming into the online workshops, online trainings, especially the people who are very much busy like us. Even for this today's conference, SANOG conference, I'm not sure whether any Sri Lankans are attended actually. Even we did the publicity and all for all the network operators. So, but fortunately for our LKNOG 4, we had like 130 participants, and then there were like 10 speakers. So at that moment, it was a good number for a small community like us. So that is it for LKNOG 4. And I have to mention that we were planning to do a SANOG in Sri Lanka last June-July period, but it got cancelled. Hopefully we'll be doing the next SANOG in Sri Lanka. Okay.
Thank you for that. Yeah, attendance has come up with each of you. I don't have the number of registered people for SANOG, but there's only about 100 and something people on the call. Did you notice a sharp drop in your respective NOGs between the people who registered and the people who actually show up? In the normal world, where we, have financial repercussions if we don't show up, you book a flight and then you don't fly, that's money thrown away. In the online world, you register and you just click and you show up if you want to, and you don't, and there's no real repercussions. Oh, I see, Philip Smith, thank you for the numbers. So there's 636 people registered for SANOG, and I currently see 115 people online. Maybe that's, I'm not very interesting. There might have been more people online during the actual technical sessions. But did you see a similar split, about 20% attendance in your local NOG, or were they better attended?
May I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To your initial questions, I will take few more minutes to describe the NOG sessions and presentations. I just thought that you asked simple question, did NOG happen or not? So that is why I made a very short answer. Yes, to your present questions, in NOG 3, which happened on 6th and 7th August of 2020, we had 429 registered persons, and peak attendance was 300 plus. And typically we decided that we will not have many parallel sessions. It is all in continuation, and only BOFs, there were breakout 8 sessions were there. So that is what is the attendance, and we feel that both the registered number as well as persons attending was a good number. Now, primarily in NOG had was done over 2 days this time. There were 2 keynotes. On keynote one, day one was DNS over HTTPS, and we got very eminent speaker, Bert Hubert, founder of Power DNS, to speak on that. Keynote day two was on key trends in data center. And once again, we could get the benefit of Sharad Sanghi, who is managing director and CEO, NTT NetMagic. So on 2 days, 2 keynotes, we had a partner event with NREN, which runs the registry for as NIR, and they conducted OPM along with the sessions. We had 7 presentations. First one was excessive BGP as path depending from Dog Medori Oracle. Session 2 was on RIPE Atlas, once again from Gerardo Viviers, RIPE NCC. The third presentation was on segment routing for service provider from Shivlu Jain of Cisco. Presentation 4 was on FRoot, and we had the benefit of hearing Ray Bellis, Internet System Coordinator. Presentation 5 was from Content Delivery Network, Open Connect, and of course from Nihit Tandon of Netflix. 6th presentation was BGP Alerter, and we had the benefit of hearing Massimo Candela of NTT. Presentation 7 was on PCE and its relationship with SDN. Once again, another expert, Dhruv Dodi of Huawei. Of course, I missed, there was the 8th presentation from role of devices to device and edge compute for IoT applications. And we had the benefit of an eminent IIT Delhi professor, Huzur Saran. And after these 8 presentations, we had 8 BOF sessions. I will just name the names, which is data centers, local community building, Rpki in India, building a competitive network, DNS for network operators, network automation, ICANN and its working. This was a topic which people said that let us educate ourselves. IPv6 rollout and IPTV. So these sessions took place over 2 days. There was also a panel discussion on taking data centers to tier 2 cities in India. As we know that India has got about 4 metros, large metros, then about 8 to 10 very large cities, and then there are 22 or so regional centers. So, and Nixie has got data centers in some of them. We wanted to actually go to tier 2 because in the work from home situation, many persons have moved back to their homes, and if data center could be available to the local ISP, this will tremendously benefit. So this is what one thing, good thing happened this time. And it was realized that, okay, what are the topics of interest? So it came out that Rpki topic of interest. So we had a session on 25th of September 2020 as follow-up, and 18 November 2020, 2 Rpki Indian Workshop 1, Indian Workshop 2, Workshop 1 led by Anurag Bhatia, Workshop 2 led by Srinath Belladonna, Mr. Devdas Bhagat, Swapnil, Shubham Sharan, Rajesh Panwala, and many others. Along with this, we also took the benefit of Route 101 session, 3-hour session. Once again for Anurag Bhatia led this, DNS 101 session, 3-hour sessions, where once again Anurag Bhatia led this. And we closed the year on 29 December 2020, where Netflix plus routing tool session So Nihit Tandon covered Netflix peering and caching in details for Indian operators, and any questions he took from them. And routing tools were covered by Anurag Bhatia once again. This, in short, is what happened. And special benefit, once we understood that online could be of interest, we took the benefit of that and extended it. Thank you.
Thanks for that comprehensive blow-by-blow account of Hinog, Brajesh. That was very enlightening. I think my original question was whether the attendance between the online NOG and the traditional NOG had a huge difference. Sounds like in the Indian situation, the online event was actually more successful than the traditional offline NOG, which is actually good to hear. That means that there's at least some silver lining to living in a broken world. While I'm talking, I think the chat window is open and the Q&A is also definitely open. So if anyone from the community has questions or comments for this fine panel, you should definitely feel free to chip in. You know, this is your regional NOG. We're just talking heads.
But to answer to you, Philip, I mean,
yes.
to have my discussion to your question, yeah, I think India is a bit different. We see the kind of same pattern here. So in BDNOG 12, we have around 350 registration, and the peak we saw in the conference around 130. I remember when we planned for the session, we thought, okay, 100 might be a good number for us. We subscribed for a Zoom basic session, and we had to upgrade our subscription to the next 500 session to accommodate the more people. But with the tutorial, as you said, it's hard to keep people stick to the screen because it's easy to register, but they can drop anytime. But we see around 60 to 80 people on and off in the tutorial, which I think is very good, and it's a very interactive session. Yeah.
That's good to hear. Manoj mentioned it was very difficult to get people to register for tutorials, which I can understand.
Yeah, I think the biggest difficulty is when we start comparing our face-to-face program with a virtual one, because that's what model we used to know, and we try to replicate the same, and then when they start the problem. Because if you see, it's hard to compare the face-to-face because we know that model, right? 5 days workshop, 3 days workshop, 1 day conference, tutorial. We have seen SANOG is doing it, Rpki is doing it, Epinic is doing it, and we try to replicate a miniature version of it in our SANOG in the local NOG. But when we having our discussion with the EC, we try to replicate the same, and when the problems start. So we thought, let's see how it goes, because we then look at how the PACNOG did their conference, because PACNOG did. Then we talked with few Epinic trainers, see how they are doing, because I think finding out the right combination of how many days, you can't do 5 days. No, right. I mean, you can do it. You can ask people to submit CFP. People will register, but they will join. But I think finding the sweet spot of like 2 to 3 days, 4 hours each day is I think the best combination so far. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, as a regular trainer at these events, I can't imagine that the sheer horror of teaching online for 5 days. You know, both for myself and for my poor participants, I think being locked up in a room with the likes of me for 5 days in a row is bad enough. But being locked up in your own room for 5 days with a box of technical babble coming out at you is just you know, that's cruel and unusual and probably counter to the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that was the attendance. What about designing a program though? So, you know, we managed, each of these NOGs managed to attract quite a reasonable number of registrations, and many of them actually showed up. How was it to put a program together? I was on a program committee for not all of the NOGs, many of them, and the experience was interesting. So tutorials were difficult to get. But what about regular presentations? Did you get more submissions? Each of you could chip in if you like.
Yes, we had just enough submissions, and we could request and invite persons to make submissions. And towards the end, yes, there was out of 8 presentations, we had about 12 or 13, and there was some shortlisting which was required to be done. But as such, I could not say that there was a rush of many presentations to be there, because the basic theme and everything needs to be very, very clear and advertised, which it was not possible to actually do. And just to touch the earlier point, in our offline meetings, face-to-face meetings, we used to have about 150 participants. So on the online, that number sort of doubled. But in terms of the number of hours spent, there is really no specific data which was compiled that how people were online, actually how attentive, and which is the difficult subject anyway. Now, out of these presentations, we got 2 very important subjects. One was Rpki. It was realized that Rpki is quite important and it can lead to security. And once the members caught up, and after 2 more workshops, our Rpki in India, well, its ratio probably trebled or made quadruple many times. So in many large companies of our Airtel, Bharat Sanchar, and major telcos having 600 million subscribers, many of them definitely came on Rpki, and this was one positive outcome which happened out of this in NOG. And then there is, of course, the routing and DNS. This is another topic. And one of the things we wanted to discuss, which could not discuss in more detail, was administrations constantly are grappling with the issue of security, attacks from outside, and how to handle, how to manage, how to do this. So blocking of HTTPS content, whether it is right, whether it is wrong, we are not into that. I'm on the technical plane, whether it can be done and how it can be done. So this is one topic which is still remains open for our future events. Thank you.
That's actually an interesting point you make there. The Rpki has been a very important topic on the internet. And usually at a real world or real life or a physical conference, whatever you want to call them, we see a slight uptick in the number of ROAS signs, and we call that a productive conference. During your online conferences, were they productive in the same way? I see Selina nodding his head. Did people go and do, we're locked in a Zoom meeting with our colleagues. We might as well go and do the things they tell us to do rather than make a note and then we'll go home. Did you see that happening?
Yes,
yeah,
it happened. Sorry, it
yeah,
happened.
go ahead, Krish.
And we also followed it up very quickly with a Rpki workshop 1. And after 30 days, wherein we said we will specifically guide on people to how to do it, demo, case studies, and that is what resulted, as I mentioned, Rpki valids went up to 3 times or 4 times. Thank you.
Yeah, so for Sri Lanka, it was like sometimes back we started rolling the ROA signings, but then the big players, they did it, and then the small players, they were like, do we need to do it, or why do we need to do it in that mode? And then after several sessions, especially after Elk 4, where we did, actually Tashi did a tutorial on ROV, the validation part. There were several calls on how to do it and whether anything will happen to them if they did not do that. So something like that, but I'm not sure whether actually it happened. I couldn't go through the actual numbers, but there were some idea on the engineers, and they were like thinking whether to do this or not to do that, because most in our case, most of the time they will try to do, the engineers, the technical team, they will try to do different things, but from the management side they might stop those initiatives, saying there's no value, or there's no value to the business from that, especially things like the IPv6 role. You know, this still there are plenty of people who are not using IPv6, especially in Sri Lanka. So the same thing for route validations.
So Manoj, I think Bhutan
yes.
is a regional champion for RPKI deployments. Are there any networks left that are not signing their routes? And was BTNOG useful in getting the stragglers on board?
Yes, we were actually we were the first one to reach 100%. So yes,
Okay, so
yes, and we also had a keynote from Jeff Houston on the RPKY. So yeah, but also to answer your previous question, by looking at Mr. Fakhrul's stats, where Bangladesh had 130 or something he said, right? So for us, we also had 100. So I think it's a big achievement for the Bhutan NOC compared to our size. But I also wanted to point this out. That also answers your question about the program that we had on conference. What we did is like, yes, we had Rpki and all that are telco related. And in Bhutan, we just have two telcos, right? And we have only limited ISPs. So yeah, those are related Rpki and whoever has other ePNIC members, for them it was good. But the other part of the conference, the technical plenary too, we had topics like cybersecurity, email security, and also and at last what we had was we had a panel discussion, and the topic was taking the internet to everyone. So where we had people from all the telcos, even from the government body, where they came, and they basically, and there were people attending because they wanted to know the pricing, how we price the why our data is so expensive. And there were people putting up the questions. There were panelists answering them, also offline and online. So the topics which we put it out there, it was slightly different from the usual BTNOG that we do. Yes, we are a network operator group, but we also took care of the small parts like cybersecurity, so that people from all the domains in Bhutan, we are a small community anyway, so we don't want to keep it exclusive for only the network, and we also put here and there email security, network monitoring, and all, so that people from all genre of IT field, they were there. So I think because of that, we were able to have 50% attendance. Yes, 200 registered, but we had 100 people attending, so that's 50%. That's an achievement for the first time in Bhutan. That's what I wanted to add.
Was that your largest BTNOG?
Yes, it is. It was the largest BTNOG, and that's why I said like we're surprised to see the number of people attending, and also the ladies, and also from different part of Bhutan.
Yes, I enjoyed BTNOG. It was great fun. It was a nice chatty conference. How are things in Bangladesh? Papu, did you see a productive conference as well? Did any ROAs get signed? Did anything happen that usually happens at a conference?
Yeah, I mean, definitely we see the same trend, and as I said, like we did BTNOG 12, so it's been a long way for us to come this place. We did like 2 events per year, and I think we started in 2014, the first BTNOG 1, and we start talking about Rpki. I remember since BTNOG 1 or BTNOG 2 initially, what are the use cases, not about the implementation, but more about the awareness. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the champions like Awal, Zubair, Simon, they're very much into that. And I think it's a continuous growth for us. It's like some up and down, definitely. But I'll give the whole credit to those people and that team who were doing an excellent job in encourage people to sign the ROA, do and raw validation. And also is not what we do is I see people, because it's not a one-time effort. When you do changes your routing policy, you have more subnets, you need to keep in place that the right raw signing is there. So most of the cases we see, okay, good, healthy Rpki stat, all of a sudden something happened and a lot of invalid, and there's a lot of email going and back and forth. What happened, and those people, they definitely help talking to the operators in person, not in the conference, also outside the conference, because one of the biggest advantage of this NOG, I'm definitely everyone will agree, is to have that relationship within the people, right? Not within the conference, but outside the conference. So it's a healthy environment, not pinpointing what's going wrong, but to helping others, talking to the operator and say, hey, we see a lot of invalid from your AS, what's wrong, how can I help? So definitely we see that one. And I just take that opportunity to answer quickly one of the question I think asked by Lutfi Habib, pointing BDNOG that what he feels that there's a less, it didn't reach much people in the Bangladesh for that BDNOG 12. So apology from our side if we not reach you in person or the mass community, but we have the BDNOG website, we have the mailing list, we have Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. So we try to publish as much as possible. But as you said, with the virtual event, we are late in preparing ourselves because of the EPNIC 50 in October and having BDNOG in September. So maybe some lack on our side, but definitely we'll try to figure out how we can reach more people in future.
Thank you for that. So one of the things that that makes NOGs really important is there's the personal connection, right? It's there's only so much that you can do on a mailing list, and also there's the what should we call it, the management pushback on sound engineering ideas, where, you know, if you gather a bunch of engineers in a room together without the benefit or the drawback of management supervision, actual engineering happens. And that's what's key about these NOG events, is that you get the engineers together and you push their noses to the problems, and, you know, things actually move. Do we find that this is an improvement in the virtual world, or is that more frustrating now? So one of the things Manoj mentioned is that he's seeing more people from the more distant parts of the country, so presumably also the more distant networks, actually participating in the NOG. Is that and that seems to be something region-wide, but does that mean that the conference online is more productive than a real-world conference? And do we, should we just stop inviting people to come and visit in the real world, or should we have a mix in the future? I think Brajesh has a comment there. It's all raised hands.
Thank you.
Thank
you. No, it is a mixed bag. You see, in the face-to-face conference, the benefit comes. I'm able to clear my doubt privately with some experts around. Hey, say, please tell me that doubt I cannot express openly, because my boss will tell me, you don't know even this, and you are asking, and how you justify your job around. And sometimes a lot of such doubt remains in one's mind, and that is where we go to the experts. In my own personal experience, I used to go to PTC Hawaii. Then I used to meet there this Netflix, Facebook, Google guys. I used to ask them, what are you doing for India? When are you coming to India? And they used to in turn ask me, when should we come to India? And whether, all those side exchanges. And some of my personal views I am able to express, which in virtual conference, it is very difficult to be able to express, because with the risk of annoying somebody. So that is the loss which we had. The benefit of online, so it should be a mixed bag. Benefit to online is that people from remote part of India, and definitely we had some participants from Bangladesh, Nepal as well into the NOG. Definitely they could benefit. Plus from the India also, the remote parts of Northeast, the southernmost part, easternmost part, those people who could not physically have resources or time to be able to make it up, they could join. So that was the very positive. And number two, they at least knew that if they have a 1:1 question, whom they can take up privately later. So that is the kind of things which helps. Thank you.
Does that match everyone else's expectations as well? The personal contacts.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's not the actual conference itself. Is you can utilize one as a face-to-face. Even the tea break is very important, right? Even the lunch break is important, right? So it's not about that conference or the tutorial you are sitting and listening what you consume, but even with a personal contact, knowing people face-to-face. And I'm not sure, it's hard to tell what will happen in future, but definitely is a mixed bag of virtual. What are the, I'm not sure the other NOG face the same issue when we're trying to have a PC call, gathering all those papers. One of the positive and the negative side is, as it is virtual, everyone is submitting papers, not because they don't have to fly, they don't have to come, they can submit more papers. So it's a good part is we are getting more quality papers, but it's hard because if you have a one-day conference, you might need to prioritize your local paper also, right? So if you trade off between a good content, prioritize your local speaker, I don't know how other people deal with it, but we had a tough time figuring out, because if it's a nice content from you, Philip, we try to squeeze it. Then there's a one other new amateur guys trying to prepare something coming to the NOG. We also prioritize that also. I think it's a good, need to be a good trade-off in between. There's a challenge we face.
The SANOG program committee, which is the most recent one and what I actually remember, we noticed that people don't change much after high school, especially with an online event. We can prepare this presentation the evening before. There's no reason to go and submit it early. So the program committee, I think we started having meetings at some point last year, and nobody is submitting presentations. We need to get these people to twist their arms and get some presentations in. And then the last week of the call for participation, suddenly we had a flood of papers. The whole program came together in the last week, and this is kind of frustrating. Is this is this a feature? This is just how people are, presumably. But as you say, you need to strike a balance between good local presentations and presentations that go around the world. You mentioned, Fakrul, that there's some new presentations coming in. Do you think these people can be encouraged to keep presenting and eventually become widely accepted speakers around the world, or are these mostly one-offs?
Yeah, I mean, what we see last 12, 11 events is one of the things we try to do from our EC and PC also is to encourage new people or the engineers to try to submit. It might not be good as SANOG as apricot, but you don't have to go on a SANOG and apricot in first place. So that's the platform we try to give to our local speakers to submit. In some cases, we also do fine tune and help them to furnish the slides or the content, so that it's, because it's new to them, they don't know how to prepare it, but they have the idea, they did a cool stuff. And we keep doing it in last 11 and 12 events since we are doing it since 2014, and that's the result we'll see. I'm not mentioning any specific name, but you'll definitely see a lot of speakers into SANOG, apricot and NAPNIC platform throughout this channel and throughout this process. There's a mix, like there's some people, and I just say there's two reasons. One is definitely you need a lot of organizational support when you come to this platform, right? If it's a face-to-face, you need to allow your employee to come to or join the NOGs for 4 or 5 days, spare him from that day-to-day 9-to-5 work. And I see that a lot of organizations, the management, they don't keen to do that. There's definitely a lot of reason. So that's why individuals, they try to come and do and submit this kind of a once-off, and they struggle with their employer their time and others. But there are a lot of people who were in good shape and have a continuous progress, which we can see throughout the BDNOG events. But yeah, definitely one of the things we do as part of the PC is to see whether we can pull new resources from the community.
So one thing that I notice in the background, I'm taking notes on what you people are saying, is that the number of registrations has been fairly consistent between the local NOGs and the let's call it the overarching NOG SANOG. There's not a huge number more registrations or attendees at SANOG than at LKNOG or BTNOG or INOG or BDNOG. This is a good thing. Obviously, it means that there's both local involvement and regional involvement. Do we see this continuing in the future? So once we are able to travel again, can we expect to see more folks from Sri Lanka turning up at SANOG, even when it's not in Sri Lanka? Do we see that happening in the future, or is this a feature of the online thing?
Yeah, so Philip, the thing is like for Sri Lankans, most of the time they come to a conference not just because of the tutorials or the speeches, maybe to most of the time to get socialized and then increase their network. So and then the small bribes like the t-shirts, maybe the food. So definitely yes. So we try to actually this time the numbers were like high rather than last time. So each last LKNOGs were free for the attendees, so we didn't charge them, but we provided all the meals and then the things like these t-shirts. So it was like completely free for the conference, but we did some charges for the tutorials. But for this time, it was like completely free, and even we didn't have much costs apart from things like the internet costs and the publicity cost for the publicity. So because of that, there were some surge of participants where they might be coming from the new set of engineers who are new to the industry, and then the people who were not in the places that we hosted the meetings. So basically we will be hosting most of the conferences in Colombo, but there are a lot of people who are working 24/7 in other places, so they are not able to participate. So that is one plus point for the virtual meetings. But still, people like to come and meet each other and do the stuff. So definitely for any SANOG, any Epinic meeting, any apricot, yeah, there will be a good number of Sri Lankan participants based on what they will think that they will get from the community.
I keep saying that that we should invert the conference model and have 1 hour long breaks and 15-minute presentation sessions, because the hallway track or the tea time track is where the actual work happens. Manoj hinted earlier about sponsors, and you also mentioned the cost of conferences. Having organized a conference or several conferences over a period of years, I know how eye-wateringly expensive it is to set up a conference. You need to, get a hotel, get people to serve tea, pay for the tea, and all that. Do you think you can keep your sponsors? So building a relationship with a sponsor is a multi-year odyssey. And then you don't organize, 2020 has destroyed all of these relationships with sponsors. When we eventually go back to the real world, do you think it'll be difficult to get people to throw money at your conference again? And, do you have any reserves, or, how do you see this happening in the future? I think Manoj mentioned, are you keeping in touch with your sponsors, or what's happening there?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Philip. Like I said, it's not like we are totally against taking the sponsors, but yes, we didn't have any expenses as such. But yes, like Mr. Tilana explained, we also had some kind of bribe, like people attending the conference. We gave them data so that they are able to attend through their mobile, since they are working from home, because it's a cost to them. So we give them data, and that's why out here you can see Tassicel, that is one of our sponsors. So they sponsors the data package, and the other telco could not for some reason. But yes, and we had that cost. So for that cost, yes, we asked help from a few of our sponsors, and there were more who actually wanted to do it. Though it's online, please take our sponsorship, and we didn't bluntly say no. But yes, if you still insist when there is no cost to our local NOG, Bhutan NOG, still you want to sponsor, you're always welcome. We'll keep it for a future event whenever the physical thing happens and all. So we are always open to that. We are not bluntly saying no, but yes, because like you said, if we say no this time, next time again we have to go to them, and we have to like request them again. So that's always a challenge when it comes to sponsorship. So it's not like blunt, or we are not taking, but we'll take, but not a big amount. But when we need big, of course, we'll come out arms open for that.
Is the same in Sri Lanka or in Bangladesh or in India? Have you been thinking about that? Yes, I see a raised hand. Brajesh, go ahead.
Yes, in India we do not have a shortage of sponsors, but
that's good.
There is a challenge in NOG. Program committee people, they want to be ferociously independent. And then they say that just because somebody has put in all the funds, cannot be given the rights to marketing, or cannot be, of course, standee and all that is a separate matter. But during their presentations, they say even keynote, even presentation must go through the program committee and look for any material which is of marketing nature, or which is of nature which could be hurting somebody else, some other company, and vice versa. So that dilemma always remains. But at any point in time, and in India, we have a typical situation. We have some very large telcos having 300 to 400 million subscribers. And we have operators which have got maybe 3,000 subscribers. So somewhere in a small town in India, we have got about, if I'm not wrong, 1,500 operators which are existing in different size and format. They obviously do not have the capacity to sort of sponsor. And still independent foundations sponsors are less in India. But in the end, ISP Association of India is always the backoff, who say that, don't worry, we will be able to manage and go ahead with the conference. And we are still young, 3 NOCs.
I'm going to interrupt you now. We're coming up to about the 5-minute mark. So I'll remind members of the community that, this is your NOG. So if you want to chip in and ask some questions of these fine people, now is a good time to speak up and put them in the Q&A box. So yeah, the sponsorship discussion, we could, probably drag on indefinitely, but it's good to hear that money is still coming, so that when the world goes back to some semblance of normal, at least the NOGs won't realize that, we have no money and we don't know anyone to ask for money. So how do we organize these conferences? So I don't see any questions from the community coming up. So either we've put them all to sleep, or this is something that I've noticed, people might be getting tired of all these online events, and those of us who basically live in Zoom these days, we multitask, right? So we have these conferences while we're doing the dishes or while we're cooking, and you can't have a test at the end of a conference to check, was anyone attentive, or were you just listening to the soothing drone of speakers in the background. But it'll be interesting to see when the world goes back to normal, how attentive people are when when faced with real world presenters again. Is that yeah?
You can always turn on their camera, right?
Quick sentence, just a sentence. In the students are Indian, children are getting online education. So what teacher has to say every 5 minutes? Say thumbs up. Hello, how are you? I mean, and then they will say stand up, have a small drill, and raise your hand. I mean, some exercise. I mean, that is the kind of activity. Maybe I forgot to mention on the sponsorship. We always have our big brother ethnic, always chipping in for help, and we recognize the importance and their contributions for success of Innox. And of course, I can see Gaurav, Philip, and others here, Kabir, Rupesh. Thank you all.
Mr. Bridges, since you said you have ample of sponsors, you can think of your little brother Bhutan sometimes. If you have ample, you can always redirect them.
Yes, actually, yes, it is good. We could definitely, and we really see Bhutan as one of the country of happiness from our side, and we find the people from Bhutan very relaxed, and which is something which we really like.
Remember that money doesn't buy you happiness, but it allows you to live quite comfortable while being unhappy. Right? So,
I think that sponsorship is I'm not sure whether the other NOG face the same issue as we did, is because we have an sponsorship model, right? Since last 11 NOG, we have our we define from our EC and Trust. Okay, these are the gold sponsorship, platinum, and different category. And when you have that virtual, you don't have that expenses. Right? Now, if you go your sponsor and say, pay me X amount, they'll come and tell you don't have that expensive other than Zoom. That's it. So I think there's a challenge here. What model we adopt, especially with the virtual events. Honestly, if Epinic is here, if you have the Zoom sponsor, you don't even need that sponsor, right? Now, if you don't carry that relationship at least for a few more a year, then when you have the face-to-face, you will not have that trust again. So I think it's a big dilemma how we carry all the sponsors, maybe incline putting all those logo, I don't know, but there's something definitely I think NOG and we need to think about when we move to a face-to-face one, especially in this interim period.
Yeah, even for the LKNOG, when it comes to these sponsorships, we try to stick with 1 or 2 sponsors, and we didn't go for asking from everyone. So we just asked for a principal sponsor, a local sponsor, and then the international sponsor. So basically, the AWS became the international sponsor, and then one of our usual sponsors became the local sponsor. So apart from that, even that local sponsor value, the sponsored value was much more lesser than what we had last time, because we didn't want to stress them on a big amount, and again we didn't have that much expenses. So basically Epinix webinar platform, Zoom platform, and then the internet charges. That was all the expenses.
Remains to be seen how we go back to not just resuming real world conferences, but also funding them. And with that, I think we're almost out of time. Thank you, all of you, for your insightful comments and for continuing to organize these NOGs. The internet is built from the edge inwards. These NOGs are vital to keeping the internet growing and to keep progress happening. So thank you all very much for organizing your respective NOGs and joining SANOG. I'm really looking forward to real world NOGs again. I have not been in the same place for this long since I was a schoolboy, and I'm itching to start traveling again and enjoy the tasty foods, particularly in the South Asia region. So with that, here endeth the panel discussion.
Thank you, Philip, for moderating the session, and we really appreciate your leading us in this mod session. Thank you.
Feeding you all astray.
A small addition to that, Philip, just want to invite everyone to the next SANOG in Sri Lanka. So at the moment, we have already booked all the places, Hopefully, if the physical thing is possible, definitely, please be there.
If travel is possible, I will be. Yeah, I will be there. But I think realistically, we'll probably have a hybrid model of NOG for the foreseeable future, where maybe people within a country will be able to attend in person, and those of us Ajnabis will have to attend over the internet rather than flying over and enjoying your company. With that, we are out of time, and I think we are out of conference. Are we out of conference?
We still have 129 participants. That's an achievement.
Yes. So yeah, thank you all very much. I will hand it back
Thank you,
to
everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you, everybody, and bye.
Thank you. See you again.
Thanks. Bye.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Has some lessons that we've learned, and I think it's a way that we found out, a workaround way that we found out. In some way it's good. I mean, when I saw the registration number yesterday, shooting more than 600, I thought, wow, I mean, it's going to be more there's going to be more participants than the physical event. But I think we have around 120, 140 around people who actually are attending. But that's still a very good number. That's still a very good number, considering the online medium that we have, and then considering the working day for a lot of people. If it's a physical event, people can take a holiday and go to attend the conference and tutorials, right? So, but since this is online, people are also working, as Philip have said. I mean, people might be cooking food in the kitchen and are still attending the conference. That's basically a convenience, but probably the little bit of a compromise might be there in terms of quality and concentration. So, having said that, I think our conference session ends here. It went really well yesterday and today. We had a lot of very good presentations, a good panel discussion, very informative presentations, as well as Q&A sessions where questions were also asked. So all went well. I think it. Sorry, I think I had my video off, I guess. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was not putting on my video. So everything went well. So thank you very much to all the participants who had attended the conference of SANOG, the first virtual online conference. With this, I would like to declare that we are closing the conference. We are ending the conference for SANOG36, and we're moving to tutorial section, which is even more fun, right? So we have a couple of very good tutorial sessions lined up. After this, we'll take a quick break for a lunch, and when we come back, I think we will have a good tutorial sessions lined up for you. So hope everybody had a good time attending the conference. Thank you very much to all the presenters, panelists, and moderators, session chairs, and everyone. On behalf of SANOG, really appreciate your effort and for putting this thing together to make it very successful. With this, I will end this conference, and thank you very much once again to all the supporters, NPNOG, NREN, NPIX, APNIC, Apricot, and our sponsor AWS. Thank you, everyone. From now, thank you, everyone, and have a good have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, so hi everyone, welcome back, and thanks to all for rejoining. The next section of this program is the tutorial section, which will continue for the rest of the program today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. So up next is our colleagues Mohammad Zubair Khan and Anirban Datta from Bangladesh, and they will be presenting on the tutorial sessions on manners for network operators for the next 2 hours. For any questions, please use the QA chat box instead of the chat. Over to you, Zubair.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Divya, for a nice cue. So good day to everybody. Welcome to the tutorial session of SANOG36, the first online version of it. So today I'm here with my colleague Anirban Dotto, and we both are going to present some manners, initiative, and ideas and its perspective towards the network operators. What does it say? How to secure your routing network and how to adopt the best current practices. So those things will be discussed in my presentation. So first, I would introduce myself. I'm Mohammad Zubair Khan from Bangladesh. And I haven't started the presentation yet. First, I'll introduce. So I work in Fiber at Home. I've been working there for last 11 years, actually. And along with me, as I said, I have my colleague, Mr. Anirban Dotto. Anirban, would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon to all of the participants. And I'm Anirban Dotto. Right now, I'm currently working with Fiber at Home in the same organization. And I'm looking at the core network of transit provider, the IIG, which is under the license of IIG and ITC. And right now we are going to start with our next presentation and all the session about the manners initiative, me and Zubair. So let's start, please, Zubair.
Yeah, thank you, Anirban, for introducing yourself. So I will now share my screen to go to the presentation. Yeah, here it is. I believe everybody can see the screen. Divya, can you confirm?
Yes, we can see a screen.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So let's start. Today we'll talk about the manners initiative, which is defined for network operators. And first, we would start by understanding the problem first, because we need to acknowledge, or we need to feel that there is a problem to address it, or to look into the solution, right? So first we need to understand what the problem is, and then we will talk about any available solution or solutions right now, and then we will steer our way into manners initiatives gradually, right? So the problem. The whole internet world is guided by the routing domain, which all the network operators are maintaining and operating over years, right? All the operators are connected with each one another, and they are doing the BGP, and that's how the internet industry is growing gradually, right? But if you look at the statistics, in 2019, nearly 18,000 BGP hijacks were recorded by bgpstream.com. As you can see, I have provided the link from Apnic blog, and you can get the details in that blog. So these incidents, these BGP hijacks, they were done by some individual operators in individual country. But if you look at the impact, their action, maybe someone did intentionally, maybe someone did mistakenly, but these actions impacted the global routing world, right? All the internet global routing world was impacted by their malfunctions, or by these incidents, or by these hijacks, right? So if you look back a bit more, in 2017, around 14,000 BGP incidents were recorded. So that is a year which is still in review for routing security purpose. So these routing incidents are happening, and they show a clear indication that our current routing world is not perfect, and they have insecurities, and they have vulnerabilities, and they have cracks that can be developed by addressing some way outs, right? So if you look closely, what are the root causes of these problems? You will find three basic criteria. The first one, or the most threatening one, is prefix or route hijacking. And the second one is route leaks. And the third one is IP address spoofing. So if you roam around in BGP stream, and if you see the events, you will see that these three basic criteria are actually triggering most of the routing incidents which are causing problem in real world, right? So if I try to explain what these are, so prefix or route hijacking, which means that somebody is trying to hijack your IP number resources. They're trying to take your prefixes, and they're trying to use it for their malpractice or for their ill motivation or something like that. And route leaks, it happens actually in many operators with configuration mistakes as well, and intentionally as well. So route leaks is nothing but advertising, or advertising the routes which you're not supposed to do. So that is the basic concept of route leaks. And IP address spoofing is sending a packet impersonating source IP address which you are not. So that is the spoofing idea of IP address. So there are tools to help you with, like if you want to do the prefix and AS path filtering, you can develop the security feature of your routing domain a bit good. You can use Rpki or IRR toolset, and you can use different tools to create those prefix or AS path filters, like BGPQ3 or BGPQ4. BGP Stack is also there. But if you look around, not overall enough deployment is seen. People are talking about, and many are actually working segregatedly. But if you look for a common standard approach, so that is what actually was missing till 2014. And for network operators, we all work together, right? We are all tying our networks to come up with the whole internet world, right? So the whole internet world security actually depends on all of us and on each of us, right? All the network operators are actually accountable and responsible for securing the whole global internet routing table, right? So the responsibility belongs to all of us. So we all have to work together. We all have to maintain a standard procedure. We all have to come up within a platform where we will share the same view towards the security of our routing domain, where we will adopt the same actions, or where we will be mutually agreed with each other that we all should do the same thing to make the routing security much more better and much more efficient. So that is the concept which brings mutual agreed norms for routing security, or in short, MAN-RS. The birth of this idea actually way before 2014, but in 2014, some community leaders came up with a feedback, came up with a proposition, or came up with a draft, and later feedbacks from the community was taken, and gradually it turns into MAN-RS, which we're actually seeing today, a great initiative by iShock, as I can say. So MAN-RS have few actions. MAN-RS have defined few actions for network operators to maintain the routing security, to improve the routing security. The first two actions are actually operational, which will help the operators to avoid any current routing issues or attacks they're facing in their routing domain. And the last two of them actually two procedural steps, which will actually help to mitigate any future frequency of facing those routing incidents in an operator's network, right? So as I said, for network operators, manners dictates about four actions. Their filtering, anti-spoofing, coordination, and global validation. So as I said, the first two one is operational, where the last two one actually more focused to procedural. And these four actions are actually basic common way out to avoid the basic routing vulnerabilities in an operator's network. So how they can help in case an operator faces routing securities? We'll talk about each of them one by one, starting with filtering. So filtering is actually very closely attached to BGP operations and security. And if you look into the day-to-day life of a network operator's operation side, you will see they're working with filtering almost each and every day, because clients are new clients are getting onboarded, and previous clients are readjusting their prefix announcements, and maybe some other requirements as well. But filtering is one thing that every network operator has to touch in almost every day, or something like that, right? So if you look at the RFC 7454, which is actually termed as BCP 194, you will see some basic you will see some features to secure your BGP. And in those features, the filtering is one of them, and general guidelines are also there. So we will discuss more about filtering, but before that we will talk about BCP 194. So BCP 194 is actually trying to make your BGP more secure, in which if you go through, you will find the idea of GTSM, TCP/AO, prefix filtering, and automation of prefix filters, max prefix filtering, ACE path filtering, and BGP community scrapping. So what is GTSM? So when eBGP peer do the eBGP with its neighbor, by default the TTL value is considered as 1. But this is a chance that some attackers take, and they send a pre-calculated TTL valued packet to the neighbor, and DOS is applied to that neighbor. So this is how you impact the BGP neighbor, and with the help of TTL value. So what GTSM does, it sets the TTL value to maximum, which is 255. So anything which is not greater or equal to 255, or the maximum value which is set by the requester, which is set by the receiver, the package is discarded and no ICMP is reverted. So that is how this issue is addressed. So TCP/AO, we know about the security of TCP sessions with the term MD5 hash. So we use MD5 hash so far to secure TCP sessions, but TCP/AO come up with the idea of pre-shared key and different new security algorithms, which makes the TCP security more robust, right? Prefix filtering and automation of prefix filtering we will discuss a bit later. Maximum prefix filtering. So this is one key configuration which every BGP peer should maintain. So if you doing BGP with a neighbor, and if you know that that neighbor can send you a maximum of a certain number of prefixes, you set the limit in the BGP neighborship, so that if that peer accidentally sends lots of prefixes, which it is not supposed to do. The maximum prefix filtering limit will discard those prefixes, and BGP will reset. So you will not be a part of that misconfiguration or that incident. So you can save yourself like that. So it is a very small configuration in your BGP configuration, but it is very handy, and trust me, it helps you in a magical way, right? And the ONDM is very easy also. You can get the logs in your router log that this BGP session is being reset for violating the maximum prefix filtering rule. So it is very easy and very handy. AS path filtering, when you are filtering the AS path, you maintain that you receive all the prefixes with the neighboring AS number, and if any prefixes come which is not showing the first AS as the neighboring AS, then you must discard it. In case of route server, the neighboring AS number is not actually shown, so different case there. And also you can restrict about the AS path if you know the whole path behind the prefix, so you can also put it in a filter and maintain that. And BGP community scrubbing also is discussed in that RFC 7454. So it is nothing but using your own BGP community and for your own purpose to serve your downstream clients. So you can get the details if you go to RFC 7454 and have you can have a good read as well on very knowledge based discussions are there. So as I said, if we now focus more on prefix filtering, you can understand what it does talk about. So prefix, what should we do when we make a prefix filter? We should maintain some criteria. We should maintain some rule to make it solid, to make it robust, to make it error free, right? So what are those rules? What are those general guidelines? So you should look for those which is stated here. Prefixes that are not globally routable should not be in your prefix filter as allowed items. So you need to be aware of that. And prefixes which are not allocated by IANA, maybe IPv6 only, routes that are too specific, for internet routing table to handle with, prefixes belonging to the local AS, IXP LAN prefixes, and the default route. So you may want to have a default free zone for yourself. So you have the total control of your packets over your network. So these are the basic criteria, basic guidelines, which states to have solid, robust prefix filtering according to BCP 194. If you maintain all the characteristics or all the options or all the criteria I just talked about, you need to get help from some data sources. You can get help from IRRs from different RIR or third party or different network operators. You can get help from peering DB, and also you can get the full list of Bogon number resources from the Team Kimber website. I have included all the required links in this slide so that you can take a look, you can explore, you can get a view what I'm talking about. As I said, like the Bogon prefixes of IPv4, IPv6, there are some AS numbers which are actually used as Bogons. And these are the numbers I have documented here. They are actually not used for commercial purpose. They're actually not used, or maybe they're not declared or allocated for some specific reasons. They're reserved ones. So these AS numbers are not allowed to be in the global routing system for carrying internet. So you need to be aware of that. So that is why they are documented here. So if we take a look on generating a prefix filter, how does an engineer take decisions? How does it happen? So this is the basic topology. as you can see. So you have a network and you are from AS3333. So you have 3 downstream customers, which are AS65530, 65535, and 65550. So you are now going to connect with another network. You're going to establish BGP. So when that new network is going to create a filter, they are going to take a look at your AS set. And in your AS set, there should be these 3 downstream clients AS number as your main member of your AS set. So the AS3333 double colon AS dash customers is the AS set which actually dictates, which actually states that they have 3 downstream customers. When the new network is going to prepare the filter based on this AS number, all the prefixes from those customers will automatically be allowed in their filter. So that is why it is very important that you include your all the downstream customers into your AS set, so that in case of filtering by any upstream, any prefix from your downstream doesn't get cut over, right? So how to get the AS set from of a network operator? You can definitely look it into peering DB. So as you can see in this slide, I have included the peering DB entry of Fibre Global Limited, our company. So if it is public data, so you can look it into peering DB for any other network as well, right? So as you can see, our AS set is AS-FGL. So if you call this AS set, you can see all the downstream clients that FGL has, and they're all enlisted in this AS set. And how can you generate a prefix list, right? So you need the prefix, you need to check it. So I have also included some screenshots from my Ubuntu server. So you can do the whois query from RADB, or you can also do the whois query from your RIR. IRRDB. So you can get the information there. You can see that specific prefix is have the origination from 136262. You can do the recursive query, and you can see that AS-FZL also has that AS number as its member. So it is totally valid to accept this prefix when doing eBGP peering with AS 10075, which is Fibre Global Limited sales number, right? If you want to get the full list of the routes from of the operator, I have also attached the screenshot here with the comment. So here you can see all the routes that AS136262 have, and you can thus create the manual list of the routes you're going to allow for that network operator. And also you can do it with the help of tool, which will do it dynamically for you, not automatically but dynamically, because if you talk about automation, then discussion will go to another direction. So I'll say these tools will help you to do these to make this prefix filter or AS filter dynamically, doing query from different IRDB. So there are low chance of making errors. There are less chance of human mistakes, and the time it will save, it's great. It's huge. So you need to know the comments or the syntax for using these tools. I've also incorporated the link for BGP Q3. If you explore, you can also see different kind of platform it supports. You can create these filters for Juniper or iOS XR as well. So lots of variations and options and tools are there to help you with. You just need to adopt it. You just need to work with this. And as for Bogon, what are Bogons? Bogons are addresses that you should not see in routing table. it is as much straightforward as this. So you need to discard all the private addresses or unallocated addresses or reserved addresses for documentation or multicast. If you see the Team Kimbru website, if you visit that website, you can see lots of documentations and lots of efforts that Team Kimbru is putting up to fight the bogons. You can also get the filter sets from RADB, and querying with these filter sets, you can get the complete list. I've incorporated the links in this slide to further study or further exploration for yourself. And in this way, you can manually maintain the bogon list to discard from your filters. But if you want to keep it dynamic, if you want to keep it more real time, you can you can get help from Team Kimbru website by using the Bogon route server project. So Team Kimbru website has this specific Bogon route server project where they will do a multi-hop eBGP session with you, and the operator will advertise nothing to that route server, and Team Kimbru will advertise all the bogons with a specific community tag. And when operator receives those prefixes, those bogon prefixes with that community tag, they forward all those prefixes to null route, and thus the operator can have a bogon free network, because all the bogon packets then are dropped by forwarding to null route, right? So it is more dynamic. You don't have to work every day with bogon routes. The routes which are being advertised from Team Kimbru Bogon route server are automatically updated. So all you need to know, all you need to follow is that that multi-hop BGP session is up, and you are getting all the bogon list, all the complete full bogon list from that route server. They have the configuration example from client side, which is actually which will actually be you. So they have different platform configuration example in their site, so you can just visit Team Kimbru website and look into it, and your bogon problems will be resolved just like that overnight, right? So that is actually all about filtering. The first action so far, we have been talking for man arrays. And as I said, if you look into operational perspective, man arrays will talk about the second action, which is anti-spoofing, and it is described in RFC 2827. But before starting that, I will look into chats and questions if there is any. Okay, being live. Okay, is there any question, Divya, so far?
Actually not.
Okay, okay, great. Great. So if there is not any question, I will move further forward with action 2. So as I was saying, the action 2 is all about anti-spoofing, right? So when you can check the source address validation, when you can do the source address validation, you can work against the spoofing, right? So when a spoof packet comes into your network, if there is no validation, if there is no checking, then that packet will get to its goal, and you will be compromised like that. So you can do the source address validation in two ways. You can have URPF, or you can do the ACL in interfaces. So when doing URPF, you can use the loose mode or strict mode or feasible path mode. VRF is actually another way of using the strict mode in VRF topology. So in those mode, you just check the entry if it is available in your routing table or not. In a strict mode, you check the entry along with the interface it belongs to. And in feasible path, you check the entry in the routing table or any other route which is installed or preferred, and then you decide. And as I said, VRF is actually another another form of using strict mode in VRF topology. So how does your PF work? So this is, as you can see in the picture, there is a operator's router. It is connected to its internet. It is connected to its customer. So the commands are very easy. You just go to the interface and put a single line command, and there you go. Your PF will be implemented. And if you talk about the interfaces, in case of your PF, the operator needs to apply it towards the customer and towards the upstream to check all the spoof packet in both ways, right? If you use ACL, in that case, the story is a bit different. But why would you use ACL? ACL can be used where URPF actually not supported by the platform of that network operator. So in that case, ACL is the one and only way out. So it is used towards the provider servers or infrastructure network, as you can see in the picture. For an example, the customer is going to announce IP prefix, which is 192.168.0.0.255.255.00. So maybe there will be another one 10.0.0 and 255.255.255.252. So these two prefixes, you go to the interface to the customer and you specifically mention these prefixes to permit for any destination, and then you deny anything else and you apply it into the customer's interface, and that's it. That is the way the old ACL works, but it also consumes resources. You have to keep that in mind. So it will be very resource hungry if you do this for a vast number of rules to a vast number of interfaces. So that is the dilemma of ACL. And now I will go to the action. I will go to the third action, which is actually called by coordination. So when a network operators maintain its IP numbers and resources with an RIR, that operator needs to update its all the contact information in case of an emergency or in case any other communication from outer world is required to that operator, right? So as you can see, for an example, I'm again putting up the screenshot from peering DB of FGL. As you can see, all the contact informations are there with names and phone numbers and email IDs. They are updated, and if anything happens, if any emergency occurs, or if any outer side network wants to connect or wants to talk to Fireatom Global, they can reach out to us via any of this number based on their requirement, right? So this is what actually ManRS suggests to operators, that you update your contact information and you maintain that in your all the contact information databases like PeeringDB or in IRR DB of your RIRs. So as you can see, these are the FGL information queried from Apnic Whois database. I have also included the screenshot along with the comment here. So you can see the information is rock solid, and it can be FGL can be reached from anywhere outside the world with this information, right? The fourth action we talk about is global validation. So what does actually this global validation means? So global validation means that all the IP number resources a network operator is advertising to the outer world. If anyone from the outer world wants to verify that the network operator is the owner of that number resources, if they want to do it, the global validation procedure help that operator to check or validate that the owner is actually advertising the correct number resources towards the outer world, right? So if I receive any prefixes from any network operator, I need to be able to verify that operator is actually legitimately owner of that number resources. So global validation is actually nothing but a way to enabling network operators to do those validations for their own security or for their own requirement, right? It can be done in two ways. You can take help from IRR, or you can do it with the help of RPKI, right? So if you do with the help of IRR, you need to update your objects in your IRR DB. You need to update the autonomous number object. You need to update the route or route 6 or AS set. So in the autonomous number object, you state your policy documentation. You state your routing policy. You state that you have community tags for those region on and that region. Those declaration can be made in the autonomous number object. In route 6, you state the route object of your prefixes. It may for both IPv4 and IPv6. In ASET, you declare all the customers, all of your downstream customers as the member, so that any upstream can use that asset to make their filter automatically or dynamically with the help of the asset, and no prefix is left alone, right? And if you use the RPKI, which is a more recent approach or more current approach or more dynamic approach, you need to work with your row object, right? So we will discuss a bit more on RPKI right now. But I will take a look at the chats and QA. Okay, so far I don't see any, so good to continue. Okay, as I said, we'll shed some light on RPKI right now, because I'm gonna be very brief with RPKI, because Dave is going to have a detailed session on RPKI or implementing ROV in network operators for next 2 days. So you will learn a lot there about RPKI. So please attend that, and I'll be very brief on RPKI in my slide right now. So if you look at the global validation part with RPKI, as you can see in the presentation in this slide, the IRR query of 1110/24, and if you look at the output, the first one is made from Apnic Quiz and the second one is made from RADB. So these two are not actually exactly the same, right? They have some differences in their entry, in their outputs. Same query, same prefix from two different IRDB. One is from the RIR, another one is from the third party. So there has to be a difference, right? It is very difficult to maintain that sync to keep them all alike, right? And this is how some issues came up with different IRDB, because sometimes the accuracy is in question, and if you look at the data, sometimes incomplete data are found, and also lack of maintenance are there from time to time, right? So also there are lots of sources. You can have the IRR information from your RIRs. You can have them from network operators like entity. You can have them from third parties like RADB. So which one to select and which one to get, right? So that is why the concept of handling the whole system in a dynamic way within a common platform, which can be validated globally by everybody, has come up to the mind of the industry leaders, and uh, thus the concept of RPKI has come into picture. So if you are more interested to know in detail, in theoretically detailed manner about RPKI, you can look into RFC 8210, which is actually the version 1 of RPKI. I have also included the RFC number for further reading for your interest. So what does Rpki do? It is actually a security framework to verify the association between resource holders and the internet resources, right? So Rpki is nothing but a platform where the association between the owner of the IP number resources can be verified using the repository of the RIR, right? It holds the AS number and IP addresses along with the maximum prefix length in a routing in an object of the RIR, which is actually termed as ROA, route origin authorization. So what is a ROA? ROA is an object, and it compromises three things: prefix, origin AS, and maximum length. So whatever the prefix a network operator is announcing or advertising, it can be verified against the origin AS, which it is doing in practice, and which is actually documented in RIR or allocated by the RIR. And the maximum length of that prefix also can be verified along with these other informations, and all these informations are kept in the row object. So these row objects are actually used by the RIR, and they are kept in the repository by each RIR. And a third-party software which is called a validator software, this validator software fetch all the RIR repository information for verification and send a validated cache to your routers, to your network, so that your routers can actually decide which route is legit or which route is not legit, right? So this is the topological view. All the RIR has a repository itself. They're sending all the row objects to the validator, and the third-party validator will push all the validated cache to your router to take the decision what to do. So there are a couple of validator software available in the market. Routinator is doing great. For FGL, we are actually using Routinator. And also there are validator software from Cloudflare and Nix MX4, right? Here you can see the screenshot of Routinator. When you completed installing the validator successfully, you can check if you're receiving the validated raw payload from the RI or not. So the command is there also, routinator -vgps. Also, you can check in your server if it is running as a daemon in your server or not. As you can see that below section, there is a small screenshot from my server, and it established the RTR session with my routers, and it sends these validated cache over that session to my routers, right? So when the validator is ready, it will ready to send the validated cache to the router. You need to configure the router as well. In this slide, you can see the configuration for Cisco. You just go into Bgp and mention the server IP along with the port and refresh rate, and boom, that's your configuration. There you go. You should see your RTO station up and running well. For Juniper, the same kind of configuration for Juniper is also attached here for your reference only. So when the RTR session is built up, when the server is ready, third-party validator software server is ready, when your router is ready, the communication between these two have started. So the validator software already sent a validated cache to your routers. So you can see your routers can see the prefix status with respect to the validated cache right now, because it has a reference from the validator cache right now, right? So if you look into details, a prefix can have actually one of these three status. First one is valid, the second one is invalid, and the third one is unknown. So what is the valid status of a prefix? It means The prefix is in practice, in reality, originated exactly what it is supposed to, exactly the way what it is supposed to be, right? So it is maintaining the exact prefix length. It is maintaining the origin s, which from which it should have announced, and it is the exact prefix which is stated as the owner of that s number, right? So no problem there. So you just accept all the values from everybody, right? There is no question, no argue, no reply. And what is the unknown? The unknown section is actually the prefixes whose row object is not created, right? So the status of those prefixes are actually unknown. They cannot be termed as valid or invalid. That is why they are called unknown, right? Because there is no row for those prefixes. If you so what is invalid? So invalid means, as you can see, Rua contains three parts. First one is prefix, second one is s, and third one is maximum prefix length. So if any one of these three are actually not uh, the reality which the prefix is exposing or expressing, then it will be termed as invalid, right? So your router has received the prefix xxx/y maybe, and the row is actually saying that it should be xxx/z maybe, or xxxy/z maybe. So maybe everything is okay, but the s number is not right. So maybe your ISP has two s number, and you have created the row of your prefix using the first one, and now you are announcing the prefix using the second s number, which is actually not documented in the row. So that is when the invalid tag will trigger for that prefix. Maybe you are the legit owner, but you're not doing it in proper way. So that is when the invalid tag will be there. You will get to know a lot more in Dave's tutorials, in Dave's classes for next 2 days. So I would like to request all of you, if you're interested more about Rpki or ROV deployment, please be there in his class. And moving forward, for once you get all the information from your validated cache, from your third-party validator, you now decide what to do with these routes. You can definitely allow all these valid routes into your network. You can maintain a low local preference for your unknown routes, and you must definitely reject all the invalids. But before doing that, from your client side, let's have a look into them. Check what are the invalids your clients are sending towards you. Talk to them. There must be some explanations. There must be some missing configurations, or there must be some backdated row which needs to be updated. So do those homeworks with your clients, so that you can also do the ROV with your client side as well, right? And once you decide, you apply this policy to your BGP neighbor to take effect, and there you go. You are secure from all the invalid routes from outerwards. And configuration example from Juniper platform is also attached here for your further reference. You can look into them. Another concept for Rpki has come into picture very recently, which is actually AS0. So AS0 is used to manage the address block, which are actually not allocated officially yet by any RIR. So all those IP number resources are marked as AS0, so people can identify any prefix which is actually unallocated, and do all the required configuration according to that, right? So once you have deployed everything right, once your network is dropping all the invalids, if you go to the link which is stated here, you will get a smiley face, and you will get a taste passed, and you can be sure that outer world is now seeing you as a network operator who drops all the invalids, right? So this is what actually the whole routing world is now focusing on, to make the routing domain more secure, more robust, and less vulnerable, right? But the thing is that Rpki is not going to be enough, and this is not the complete solution to secure BGP plane, right? So still there are ways which can be used to do the traffic redirection using the actual AS number and actual prefix, right? So still there are loopholes which needs to be addressed further. So people are still working with BGP SEC, AS number providers authorization, or AS number cones. So those ideas are still in practice, are still being developed or talked about. So as you know, security is a very dynamic thing. You always needs to be keep you updated. So actually that is why manners come into picture. So that is why you should join manners to support each other, to keep at the same pace, and to stand on the same platform and mutually talk about problems, look forward to way outs, and help each other to have a secure network for yourself and to make the internet global routing table more robust and more secure. You can visit Manner's website to get the implementation guides, and also there are some training modules. If you're interested to know more about Manners, please visit these training modules. You can get a clear-cut idea what Manners is all about. And again, visit manners.org and join Manners initiative. And if you have any kind of query, you can send it to me and Oniban as well. And thank you very much for attending the first hour of this tutorial session. And I guess, Divya, we are very close to our break.
Thanks, Zubair, for the presentation. Actually, we are like 7 minutes away from the break.
Okay.
So if there are any questions that you'd like to take, or if the attendees would like to ask any questions, please do so in the QA chat box, please.
Yes, definitely. You can also raise hands. We can discuss if you have any query, and also you can put your questions in the Q&A if you feel like.
Video there, isn't
How to deploy Rpki? I got a question in the chat box. Mr. Anwar Hussain, how to deploy Rpki in my network? It's very easy. So first you need to create RUA for all your number resources based on your origination or based on the allocation you get from your RIR. And then RUA created, fantastic. So once the RUA created, you need to install a third-party validator software, which will communicate with the repositories of all the RIR and dynamically fetch all the raw information for your network and throw a validated cache to your routers. So your exact question will be answered for next 2 days with practical implementation with labs, which will be conducted by Epinik, and Dev will do it. Yeah, you definitely, if you are from Bangladesh, you can contact locally with me or on Irban as well. Also, there are some implementation example in BDNOG, in previous BDNOGs. You can visit BDNOG page for all the slide materials to have a reference if you want to look into it. So it's, as I said, pretty simple. Create RUA, implement the validator software, establish the RTR session with your routers, and that's it. Boom. your RPKI is deployed. But the real thing is to take the decision of dropping the invalids. The deployment is very easy, but before dropping the invalids, there are a few works you need to do. You need to check if your platform supports RPKI or not. If your hardware or your vendor doesn't support RPKI, then you need to update the firmwares, or you need to change the module or hardware if the firmware is actually not support RPKI at all. Yes, first time you tried and failed, no problem. So you can definitely, okay, your hardware is updated. That in that case, it should be very easy for you to deploy RPKI. I would suggest you to attend the next 2 days to have a live session with lab how to deploy RPKI or ROV in your network. And if you still face any problem, you can definitely contact me or Anirban for further help. We'll be glad to help you. No problem there. So
Thanks,
thank you.
Zubair.
Thank you. Yes.
Are there any more questions? We still have like 3 minutes. Okay, so I don't see any. I don't think we have more questions. So Zubair, yes. I think we head for the break now, and then we start again in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, so we head for the break, and then we start again like 15 minutes. And at that time, Mr. Anirban Datta will take over. He will describe the advantages of having the observatory, which will be the key session for this tutorial, because lots of live things and a use case will be explained. So thank you very much. We will be back shortly after the break, and Anirban will start after the break. Thank you very much. Divya, it's over to you.
Okay, thanks. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to this second part of the tutorial session on manners for network operators. Anirban, if you could share your presentation as well as video, that would be great. So we can start right on time.
Yes, Divya. So you're getting my voice, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So hello, everyone. This is Anirban from Bangladesh. Now this is our second part of the tutorial. So Zubair have done an excellent presentation, and it was really great. We have seen what are the actions of manners and all, how to do those actions in our network infrastructure, and how to secure our routing security, routing infrastructures and all that, right? So in this part of this tutorial, I'm going to share some demo and what are the advantages if you are the member of Manners Elite Club and all those things. So let's do some case study and use cases, right? Okay, let me share my screen. I have to share my whole desktop actually, because I have lots of things to show. Okay. Are you getting my screen? Divya, can you help me?
Yes, we can see your screen. If you could talk a bit loudly, then that would be nice.
Oh, sure. Of course. Yeah. So everyone, first question, it was why we joined Manners, right? The first one is obviously about the routing security. And what are the criteria we need to do? We need to deploy in our network infrastructure and the routing tables that already have been discussed in the previous session. So now from Manners membership, what we will get from the Manners team. Manners have developed an excellent tool, which is named as Observatory tool. If you can go right now to your browser and type observatory.manners.org. Please go ahead right now. And you can see the screen I have already shown to you. So this is the tool which we will get when we will be the membership of manners team. Now, it has two criteria, or you can see two view. One is the public view and another one is the private view. So right now what you are seeing in my screen is the public view. As suppose I am not in a member of manners team, so I will see this screen only, right, where you can see only the whole some statistics of the world right now, how many incidents for last 1 year, you can say, or this month. Right now it is selected only the January 2021, you can see. So the number of incidents was like 904, where the bogan was like around 700, right? And some route misorigination was like 135, and there are 79 route leaks. So how many culprits are there? As some maybe like some malfunction users want to do some malicious job from your network to your network or through your network. So these are the numbers what we have got in last 1 month, or the current month of January 2021, right? So total number was 741, and routing completeness is like registered numbers are like around 87%, and unregistered is 13%. And routing completeness, like what is the current most vital role, that is called Rpki in our current routing infrastructure and the routing technologies right now, where the valid is like around only 28% from whole world, where unknown is about 72%, which is very, very high, and invalid is low, currently around 1%, right? So these are some information you will get as a public view, because you cannot have any information more detail if you have if you are not a member of manners team. So let's go with some more detail when you will be a manners team member and you will have an access to this observatory tool. So let's log into this portal. As I have the admin credentials, so I can see all these things. But you will get what you will get. I will share one by one. Okay. So now you can see first one, we didn't have any detail and all these tabs here, right? But right now you can see the details tab, the comparison tab, and history, all those things. But you can see more from this tool and from these tabs. So first page it's fine perfectly. It is the same as the public view. Now let's go to the detailed version. So here we will see, let me change this one from here to there. Okay, so here you can see all the ASNs for, I have already checked with the current month, like January 2021, where all the, let me show it. Okay. So here all the actions what the manners are doing or manners are working on, like the filtering, anti-spoofing, coordination, global validation of IRR and Rpki. So both are in different columns here. So these four actions here, which already discussed by Zubair. So here you can see the number or the percentage of different ASNs from around the world, or all the ASNs and all the data. So let's have an example from here. Let's see 139904. Right now I can remember one of our client. Let's see. Yeah. So here you can see his filtering is 100%. So there's no data about anti-spoofing. So maybe he is not using any URPF or ACL in his network, or there is no spoofing data from Kaida software and all that. So we do not have any data from there. His coordination is 100%. That means they are using all the contact information and all that in the perfect way, and they have the 100% of IRR database. But what about the Rpki? It's 88%. That means mostly they have already enabled their ROA, but few of them already are all still missing, right? So let's see what are the missing and what we need to do, or what we can find from this tool, right? So let's go to this ASN, and now you will get the whole detailed scenario of the ASN. So from here, if you have any filtering issue like prefix hijacking or route link, all those things, you will get all these informations from here. It will show. And so M1, M2, M1C, if anything, any route leak from a direct customer, any route hijack from a direct customer, and the bogon prefixes announced by the AS, and bogon prefixes propagated by the AS, and bogon prefixes announced by the AS and the propagated by the AS. All the stuffs will come here if anything happens in your network in last couple of months, or right now I have checked, yes, the current month. Okay, so now the thing was that about the Rpki. Let's go to the last one. That is the thing, the valid ROAs for routes, the Rpki and or the M7 part. So here you can see they have 8 number of prefixes correctly, but 1 number is unknown prefixes. And what was that? If you go to the routing consistency, click over here, it will redirect to the stat.ripe.net, and you can see what are the results are showing in our manners observatory tool, and is it valid or not. Let's check. Give me a few moments. It's loading. I don't know. Click again. I'll refresh this page. Nope. Nope. Why it's not coming? Yeah, here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 prefixes are there, or 8 resources are there, valid resources, right? All of them have the valid IRR. All of them have the Rpki except one. That one is this V6 prefixes. Maybe they have recently originated these prefixes, but they didn't sign the ROA. So this is the things right now is going on in all over the world, right? If you are using, maybe you have to originate a new /24 or out of your /22 or /23, or if you have to originate /48 for your V6 or /33 for your V6, maybe the purpose of your routing table or your network infrastructure, but you didn't sign the ROA or the Rpki. So that is the issue right now going on in all of the world, mostly that you maybe mistakenly, or maybe we forgot to sign the ROA or the Rpki enable in from our RIR interfaces, right? So let's get some more interest. Let's share some of your ASNs here. Currently, please type your ASNs here in the chat box, and let's see what are the current status of your ASNs. Please. Where is the chat? Okay. Where is the chat? Where is not showing? Okay. I'm not seeing the chat box. Okay. 23991. Okay, let's see about 23991. Ranks ITT. Okay, let's see. Okay, from my country. Okay, so here you have a filtering of 91% and global validation of Rpki is 66%. That is lots of prefixes maybe or resources which is already lacked to sign. So let's see what are those. You have some few incidents happen, like Bogon announced ASNs by the ASN, and that ASN is 65159. So let's see what was the AS path and who did that incident. The ASN was 141176 and the AS path was 65159, then 23991. Maybe this is your client, and then you have advertised to 58682 and so on, and the rest of the world is getting this AS path. So same AS path is right now going on from throughout the time. Okay, so if you are checking the path, you will get all this informations here. Okay, and it was happened on like 1st of Jan, and its end time was 18th of January. That means the yesterday. Okay, and now let's go to the Rpki section. Okay, you have 29 number of prefixes. It's a huge, but one invalid prefix. What is that? Invalidating ROA. This is the invalid ROA or the Rpki of originating from your ASN. Let's see. So you are you originating these prefixes from your network? No, I have that. Yes, but you didn't sign. Is it your resource? Visible? Yes. So it's your resource, I think, but it is not the Rpki enabled. See, you can see invalid length. Okay. So you have to, if you, though you have originated these prefixes from your network, so you have to sign the ROA. Anyone else want to check? So now one thing, I can now check all the ASNs here, what have already inserted here in our database. But when you will be the member of Manners, you will get only the access to your own ASN. Okay, so without your own ASN, you cannot access or you cannot see all the others ASN's information or detailed information. Okay, so this will be very much helpful for you if you have a member, you will be a member of Manners, and if you have this tool in your network, if you can check by your NOC or by yourself time to time, then whether anything goes wrong through my network, because it's not possible for everyone to look all the time or continuously to the router that yes, anything goes wrong in my network or all that. Right. So if you have just once a day, you can check the tool or this web access. You can find anything goes wrong in your network or not. Okay. So this is another advantage or benefit, I should say, if you will be a member of Manners team. Another word. So now let's go. How you join? Okay. We have got another ASN that is 45650. Okay, let's see. Okay, VANET. Okay, let's see. Oh, you haven't, fantastic. You do not have any issue with the Rpki and IRR and coordination and anti-spoofing. All these are perfectly fine, but there had some issue with the filtering, maybe not that much because it is 91%. It's a good percentage. There was a Bogon ASN announced by the AS. It was happened on the 1st of January, ended the last day. So 17 days. You can see the path was from 65009 to 45658 and to 9498. I can, so far I can remember, it is Vertiatel and all and rest of the ASN paths. So if you can check with these ASN 65001 and can contact with them, then why are you announcing the broken prefixes towards us? Okay, it should not be in our routing table, right? So this is the part from observatory tool. If you have any question, please type the question in our Q&A chat box, and let's see if I have the answer. I will try my best to answer you. And the next one, now we have the answer of why we should join manners, right? The routing security, and the second one is if we what we have find from manners team, that is one observatory tool, right? Now let's go for the next one, is how you join the manners. The manners official page is www.manners.org. Okay, if you can go there and you just click the join, and it will redirect to the second page. Here we have 3 programs. One is for the network operators, that is ISPs. Second one is the content delivery network, or the CDNs, and for the cloud program. And the third one is for the IXP networks operators. Okay, so if you are network operator, just click on join network operators program. And here are some the informations we have already, which we have already discussed by Zubair. And you have to just give some informations over here, like what is the name of your organization, or the websites and all that. And then if you click to the next, then they will ask, there will be some questions like how you are filtering, how you are doing the anti-spoofing, how you are doing the Rpki enable, and all those things. If you are just insert all these informations there, and somebody from the manners team will contact with you, they will check your network that yes, all the informations are correct and you are eligible to be a member of manners. And then the second part or third mail maybe, it will be will get a confirmation mail that yes, your network is perfectly fine and you are the member of manners team. So it's very easy. There is nothing to worry about it. That it's not that much complicated. It's very easy, and just click join and give the inputs, and rest of the work will be done by the manners team. You do not have to worry. If anything goes wrong in your network, if they find maybe for last 6 or 7 months, if anything goes wrong, any incident happened through your network or from your ASN, they will ask for an explanation what was wrong with on that time, and if you have that explanation, or if I have that answers for that query, they will be perfectly, and they will check that yes, it is okay. If it is okay from the manners team, and they will sign you as a member from the manners team. Okay, that's all. So now, last part of the previous session was about the Rpki, or the route origin validation process. Okay, so what is route origin validation, and how to do all these Rpki, all these stuffs will be more vastly explained in the next 2 days from Dave, right? You have already know. So here I'm just sharing some use cases or some incidents what we have found in our network when we are using, as Zubair and me also already shared with you, that we are using an validator known routinator in our network. So from that validator, what we are finding and what we have found in some invalid or unknown prefixes, and what were the incidents happened. So let's share some analysis on those invalid prefixes and all these resources. Okay, so here just one small cut-off screenshot from our routing table. We have found like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 prefixes. Maybe there are some more about, but these prefixes are some different cases, but all the rest of the are mostly same issues. That's why I'm just sharing these few prefixes with you. So let's go with the first one. 13335. It's very renowned ASN for all of us. That is Cloudflare AS, right? what we have found that these prefixes are considered as an invalid prefix. Why? I don't know, but because Cloudflare is a very big organization, but why it is showing an invalid or advertising an invalid prefixes? Firstly, we thought that maybe some issues with that network, maybe some misconfiguration or deliberately. So that's why we have checked and found that yes, they are doing some issues that invalid ASN, that prefixes have an invalid ASN. That is, these prefixes have the same resource, but with different ASN of ROA. Then we found that Cloudflare, they have created a blog that they want to check throughout the whole world that whether is BGP safe yet by routing Rpki or routing security initiative. So that's why they have advertising two prefixes. One is V4 and one is V6, which are already invalid. These prefixes should not be received or routable to the global routing table, but mostly the organizations are routing these prefixes toward the global routing table. So that is the use case they have already created and explained all this. Yeah, I have already given the link here. If you can go to the blog.cloudflare.com and you can, if you search is BGP safe yet, you can see the whole blog information over there. Okay. Now the next prefix, that is 103.107.163.0/24. What about this? What have he done? This prefix has valid origination from 137403. See, 137403, this is the valid origination, but we are getting these prefixes from 58889. How is it possible? And why? Right? This prefix or this resource is for 137403, but we are receiving this prefix from 58889. That means there is something wrong. Let's see. Yes, that this prefix which we are receiving from 58889 is not the owner of this prefix. He is hijacking this resource which are actually of 137403. This is one of our, for our real-time scenario, this is our direct client, this 137403, and he asked me that I am not getting traffic for this prefix. Then I have checked and found that yes, this his resources is already hijacked by another resources, another ASN or network operator. Then we have contact with them, and also we have dropped the prefixes which we are receiving from that ASN. Then we have solved this problem. So you can see that this prefix should not be originated or propagated from other ASN, right? So this is deliberately, or maybe some issues in between these networks, or maybe they want to do some malicious job through these prefixes. So these are the things right now currently going on in our real world, right? These are some screenshots I am sharing with you, even from BGP Hurricane Electric, also showing that yes, this prefix is valid for IRR and valid RPKI, but this one is not. Okay. Now the third one, 103.129.247.0/24. What about this one? We are getting these prefixes from 65251. Okay, originated from 9230 is valid, but same prefix is being originated from different AZ, that is 65251. I don't know why. That means the same scenario as the previous use case I have already shared with you. This is also the same prefix hijack. Okay, as per the ASPath, we have observed that maybe the both ASN are from the same organization, because you can see the origination of this prefix, that's this /24, is of 9230. Perfect. Okay. So 9230, we are getting the AS path of 9230, but behind him, the prefix is originated from 65251. So maybe these both ASN are from the same organization, but they are using it or they are originating it for their purpose. It can be, you can also do it, but if as per the Zubair already explained with you that the documentation is not perfect, you are not signed the Rpki or the RUA in your IRR database. So you can use all the resources what you have got from the RIR, but you have to maintain the proper documentation, right? From with the proper CA. So this is another case. So let's go with the fourth one. That is, I'm not sure which one. 149. Okay, the 103. I think this one is also the same. That's why I didn't share with it. There that 103, 148, and 94.0 is the same cases. Okay, now the different case is the last one, that is 103.149.73.0/24. This is the thing this is another issue with the maximum prefix length. When you create a RUA that you have a /23 resource or /22 resource, but you have, yesterday Awal also shared with you that you have created a RUA for /22 and the maximum length is /23. Okay, so you have from /22 to /23, but you have originating another /24 under that /23. So this /24 is not signed in the IRR database. So it's your resource, it is your prefix, your ASN, but you are not signed, you didn't sign that specific /24 in the IRR database. So you have to also sign this 24, because I think if you can use like I have that /24 and the maximum length is /24, 22 to 24. So all the prefixes, all the length is now in your database. So if you are originating whether it is 24 or 23, you can get all those under that documented signed Rpki, right? So whenever you originating any new prefixes or new route in your network, please sign that also in the IRR database. Here you can see the invalid length. It's also showing from stat.write, also from the Hurricane Electric, that yes, the 23 is from this originated ASN, which have the IRR valid and also the Rpki signed. But for the 24, the Rpki and also the IRR is not valid. So you have to sign that in your IRR database. Okay. So right now, this is all from my end. So let's go for some question answers from you guys. And if you have any question, please let me know. So Divya, is there any question? Let me.
Thanks, Anirban, for the presentation. Any questions from the audience? If you have any questions, please write into the QA chat box. Oh yeah, actually there is another ASN which the participant would like to view in the observatory too.
Of course, of course. 24028, right? Okay, let's see. Let's check. Yep. You are good with these three options. Two, I should say two options, but there are some issue with the IRR database and also with the Rpki. That is very low. That is 61%. So let's dig down more about this ASN. Okay, let's go. Okay, so you have 129 number of prefixes, but 3 or 5 of them are invalid. What are those? Invalidating ROA. This prefix, this prefix, this prefix, and these two. So if you want, you can just take a screenshot for right now and check what are the issue. Is it, am I showing the right thing or wrong thing? You can also compare with that, right? Let's go to the right. Let's see. Oh, okay. I have to go to the sorry, should be analyzed. Yeah. Okay, it's coming. Another one. Oh, okay. We have got 2 more ASNs here. Okay, just give me a moment. Let's see. Okay. Not this one, not this one. Sorry. I think I have to go. Nope. Okay. I'm not going. Okay. Not this one. That's that. Yeah. And let's go. Yep. As you can see, some Rpki status, that is invalid ASN. There is a ROA with the same prefix but with different ASN. So please check right now that this prefixes is originated from another ASN also. So they have some mismatch with these prefixes or these resources. Okay. So I can share right now if you can check with this one. If you want to have a screenshot right now, this prefix, this one, and also this, all that. Oh, you can also check it later also, because we have a YouTube live also, so you can check later also.
This session will be recorded, so you can view them at any time.
Yes, correct. Okay, now the next ASN is 45773. Okay, let's see. Oh, you are doing very good, but only 1% is about Rpki. Let's see. Okay, one is their unknown prefix. So you have a prefix which you haven't issued in the IRA database. So please sign it. Which one? This one. 103.139.122.0/24. So here you have a gap with the Rpki. So this is unknown. So please kindly assign these prefixes from your ASN if it is yours resource, and you are good to go. Okay. And next one, 4007. Okay. I'm just showing the current scenario, right? 4007. The current month. I think this one. Subishu. This is oh, okay. You have 91 prefixes. One is unknown. And what is that? Okay, this one. Are these the same ASN? I don't know. The previous one was the same. 4007 and 45773. I don't know. And 7642. If you have the same organization or these two ASNs are you're from the same organization, then please check with the IRA database that which resource is under which ASN and try to originate that ASN, or you can sign all the RUA or Rpki in the proper documented way, and these things will be gone. You are good to go. And this one, oh, this is perfect. I think 7642. I think you can apply for MANAS right now. You are perfectly fine. All the informations are 100%. So you are very good in routing security currently. So this one done. Okay, so anything else? Okay, questions. Another ASN 24016. Okay, let me check. 24016. Yeah, it has some issue with the Rpki, 84%. So maybe one or two prefixes have already have some invalid or all those things. Invalidating RUA. Yeah, this last 24 slash 40. This IPv6. So check this one. So must be some issue. And also, if you want to check all your own resources, you can go to the stat.drive also. So here you can just check it and give the resource or your ASN. You will show all the resources you have, and if you have any problem with your Rpki and or IRA database, it will show you, and you can all easily solve all these problems what are showing in here. Okay, so no worries, no worries. If anything, any other questions from your end, let me know. Okay, 63991. 63991. 63991. 63991. Yes, you are also perfectly fine, brother. You have all 100%, so you are very good to go. You can apply right now. Or it doesn't mean I'm just saying that you are perfectly fine to apply. It doesn't mean those who haven't those who doesn't have 100% in all the actions cannot apply. You can also apply. A MANAS team will also help you to how to mitigate all these problems. So don't worry about it. It's very easy, and you can do whatever you like. So just try or apply here, and you can also you can have a check of your network or your resources. Is there anything wrong in your network? Okay, so this can be a checklist. Anything else? Any other query? Do we have to register MANAS? Is it mandatory? It's a very interesting question. It is not mandatory, but as we are the network operators, and it is our duty to secure our routing infrastructure. So this is the organization which are doing the this project to secure the network and to be a good organization, or the member list where all these staffs, all these team members, it's a team, right? It's a team. So all these members, all the ASNs are doing a very good job, or they are what should I say, they are doing all the security measures in their network, so that behind them all of the customers of their network, or as well as along with their own network, is all safe in the routing infrastructure. So it is our duty, I should say, it is our responsibility as a network operators, as an engineer, to save our routing infrastructure in the global platform. Okay. Could you please check? Oh, sure. Why not? this check is not that important. Okay. I think if you have any other query other than this, yes, you are good to go, brother. You have all these 100%. So you are very good, in very good position. So no worries. And the next one was 23688. 23688. Linked technologies. Yep. Filtering is 91%. IRA is 99% and Rpki is 100%. Okay, let's see. Wait for a second. There was a Bogun propagation. What was the path? Yeah, this is the ASN 136813. He did it from when? From 1st January. From 1st January to the last one. Actually, these informations are coming from the BGP stream. Any incident of Bogun prefixes or any route leak or hijack, all those things, when it is showing in the BGP stream, the observatory tool will insert those information in the database and showing into the GUI. Okay, so mostly it is showing like you may ask that all the informations or all the incidents here are starting from 1st Jan and ended yesterday. It's not like that, because in the BGP stream, if you can see that the starting time of the incident is there present, but the ending time is not there. That's why what Manus team did is, maybe this incident was like maybe for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or maybe 24 hours. After that, it finished. But because there is no the end time from the BGP stream, that's why Manus team have ended okay, let's go with the last day of the current month. That's how these databases are updated day to day. Okay, so next one, is there anything? Saidu Rahman, why Max ISP use BGP instead of OSPF? Okay, brother, the BGP and OSPF both these, though it's not related to this current tutorial, but I'm just sharing some 2-3 lines with you. The BGP is another one protocol and the OSPF is another protocol. BGP is the gateway protocol and OSPF is the internal gateway protocol. That is right for the time convergence issue. Okay, BGP and OSPF both are not the same purpose to give and take the traffic in your network. Okay, that's all I should say right now. But because it's a huge explanation here why maximum ISPs are using BGP instead of OSPF. And in fact, it's not instead of OSPF. Currently, all are using BGP along with OSPF or ISS. That is the perfect question, I should say. Okay. Anything else? Okay, another question was that, does Manners also filter Bogun's Martians? Okay, see, Manners is not doing anything. Manners is not doing anything in your network. It's an organization, it's a platform where you are just be a member there, because it's a free, it's completely free. If you want to register, it's completely free. There is no money involved here. Okay, so what you are filtering, what you need to do, it's all depends on you. You are taking care of your network. You are just showing to the Manners team that yes, I'm taking care of my network as well as behind of my network, the customers and all those things. That's why please check my network, and if everything goes well throughout the time, then team will accept your application and you will be the member of that Manners team. That is the thing. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay, I think this is the last ASN left, 45766. Okay, let's see. Triangle. Yes, you are perfect, brother. You are also perfect, and you are from also Bangladesh. Okay, fine. So you are also perfect. Your everything is in a perfect way for routing security. So if you can also apply, and you will be the member in no time. Any more? All are asking about the ASNs.
Yeah, about that, Anirban. Hi guys, I'm Zubair back again. So this is the last AS number 133168. Anirban is going to check because I think the purpose of this checking was to give you an idea what you can up to what extent you can have your visibility if you join Manaris over your routing security. As you can see, you all wants to know about the status of your S number. So what is the key point of those interests, right? So you want to know if you're doing all your filtering okay, right? If you want to know if you are all doing okay with your IRR database, if you have updated your ROA or not, so things like that. So that is the thing actually Manners is talking about. So join Manners. You can have your own observatory access. You can look into your own observatory to check if you're doing okay or not. But this observatory is not the main purpose. The purpose is to build the awareness, is to follow a set of rule which is mutually agreed among the network operators. The purpose is to uh, make you join in an elite club of routing security and prove yourself that you're worthy to the community of routing security. So that was the message actually for this tutorial. That was the main goal, to raise awareness among the network operators about man arrays. So this is the last test anyone is going to check, and after that, if you have any other question, we will continue. Other than checking, we're not going to check any further. So if you have any other question, we'll continue, then, or we will get back to Divya, right? Okay, Anirban.
Yeah. So the last one was 133168. So far I can remember it is perfectly, right? So you are also good, brother. You can also apply, and you are good in the routing security. No worries about it. Okay. But the thing, another I want to add with Zubair, that those who are very fresh right now in your mind, when you see that I am very good in 100% all the actions, I'm doing very good in my network, it's fine, it's not like that. This is just starting. This is just the starting. The consistency of this security is the major thing. You are good right now, you are maintaining all the stuffs right now, but you don't know after maybe 1 month or 2 months you have done a mistake in your network. So this consistency of this security is the major part. It's not like that I am the member of Manners. Yes, I have a badge of Manners and I am doing good in routing security, and I am taking care of the routing infrastructure internally and also externally in a very good way, and it is all done. It's not like that. It is the starting. So you have to start, and also you have to maintain the consistency for the rest of the time, the end of the time when your network is running. So that is the message from my end also. And let's see, is there any more question from your end? Okay, Divya, so is there anything, is there any question? If we have,
Okay.
then I'm good to answer. Other than that, I can stop share right now.
Thanks, Zubair and Nirvan, for that wonderful presentation on Manners for Networks. It was very interesting, and as you can see in the questions, like so many ASNs asking to check in the tool, right? So also we have a few questions regarding Rpki deployment. So we will be having a tutorial tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So if you are interested, you can join that session. We are actually 10 minutes earlier to the completion of this session, but if there is any questions I would like to ask for the last time. If not, then we can call this off.
Sure, sure.
I guess there is no question, so that should be the end of this session. Thank you, Jubair and Anirban. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank you,
all.
Divya.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Okay, so we are almost to the end of today's session, conference session. So I would like to thank everyone for joining today, and we still have 2 more days, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, and we'll be having tutorial sessions. As we said earlier, we'll be having tutorial sessions starting at 10 on securing the internet routing tutorial. And next half of the day will be like segment routing from Paresh Khatri. And on the next day, we'll also continue the same tutorial on securing the internet routing. And there are also tutorials on like elastic stacks, that is log analysis and threat hunting at the end of the session tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Once again, I would like to thank everyone for joining today. If there is any thing that Kavir Bhai, Rupesh Bhai, or Dr. Philip, if you want to add, I think it's the time. If not, then we can just call it off for today.
Divya, nothing to add further. Let us hope for a better day tomorrow. Everybody please join in tomorrow for the next tutorial, which is very important for our community. So see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Okay, thanks everyone. Then we'll call this off, and then we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Bye-bye.